Hello, everybody. Hopefully, how are you all doing today? Hopefully well. Is there absolutely no game audio coming through? What? What? Weird. Hello. You can't see because Mama Dodo. Let's see if I can move her. Because, like, the little bit of, there's like a little factoid on the bottom right. Hey, Estrella, welcome in. Look at that. Did you know Big Bog's ex-wife name is Miriam? That's crazy. But welcome in, welcome in. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. Why am I not hearing this? Hold on, let's see here. See what happens if we host a game. We should be able to hear something, but I'm not hearing anything. Why? Uh-oh. Alright, well that's not good. Let's see here. If I open up my sounds, volume mix, and I go over to peak. Nothing. Peak doesn't have any sound coming through. Huh. Oh, best of luck to you, Estrella. Best of luck. Alright, let me reset peak, because I don't know why it's doing it where we'll go ahead and knock Melon as well. There we go. I must be live? I am live. Am I not live? What is wrong with technology? Am I not live? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, well all right, so that's fine. So we're gonna be able to do that at the very least. Okay. So now Peak has an update for whatever reason. And now okay. Listen, as long as we don't have there was a non-zero chance today wasn't going to happen because last night around midnight my internet went off. Like off. And I was like, "Uh-oh, hopefully it's back by the morning." Tee-hee. Woohoo. And all right. Why is there no sound? What is going on? All right, let's open it with a different thing. We're going to open it slightly different. Using DX12, I guess. And now, why am I not hearing anything? I'm so confused. Hey Zelda, welcome in. I'm trying to figure out why there's no sound coming in from this game. There's actually zero. Why is the master volume at 0? Why is the master volume at 0? Okay, well. Hey guys, I found it. Let's get back out of DX12. Because that was destroying my frames. Alright. Now that we have the volume actually not at 0, for whatever reason, let's get these guys in here. Oh boy. Alright. I'm gonna unmute so I can talk to people. Oh. Yeah, I will announce the charity stuff after I unmute in Discord. Or on Deafin, rather. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are y'all?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. you didn't see the scuff, right? That you didn't see what was happening in the first, I don't know, couple minutes of my
No,
stream.
not this time. Why?
Okay.
What'd you
No,
do?
no, nothing happened. Nothing, absolutely nothing. But if
Chat,
there
what happened,
was
chat?
if there was scuff, what would have happened is I started the game and no sound was coming in, zero sound. I had sounded other things, but zero. Like the main menu didn't even have sound, and I was like, okay, that's weird. So then I closed it, and then there was an update, and I was like, oh, maybe the update fixed it. Still no sound, and I'm like, how is this possible? How is there absolutely no sound? And then I go to the sound settings, and the master volume's at 0.
Good
and
job.
I don't know why. I don't think I did that.
Oh my god!
And if I did, why would I do that?
Why would you?
Why would I do that?
Right? Why? Why would you possibly consider doing such things?
All right, I'm gonna shoot y'all invites.
Okay,
Boop,
why?
boop.
Thank you.
Ah, yes.
Why are my foogies?
I have
being
glasses now. All right, and what I'm gonna do is that I am just gonna put your volume to 0 in the Discord for me, so that way you still light up
Yeah, yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
reactive.
Okay.
But not until I hear you in the game. Yeah, I do not have you at 0 in the game. That's good.
The temptation to say nothing.
Oh my god.
Strong. So strong.
Well, right now you're not talking in the game. Am I talking in the game?
Yes.
Okay, you're talking. Barbaric
Am
is not
I
talking.
talking in the game?
No,
I'm not talking.
You are not talking in the game. I think it might be
Why am I not talking in the game?
maybe in your settings audio and microphone mode. Maybe you don't have it in voice activation. Maybe you have it like
It was on the wrong microphone.
that would okay.
That'll
You
do
know
it.
that'll do it. All right, now I'm gonna mute you in the Discord, and now you'll still light up and everything for everybody. Hell yeah, definitely one of the easier games for like in-game voice chat compared to some other
Yes.
games where we're just like, oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah, how are y'all?
Why is my Fugi showing me as well? How do I get that to stop?
If you go into the Discord reactive, there is one that's a source for the group, and then there's one that's like you can copy where the source includes you, and you want to make sure it's one of the ones that isn't including you. Because I also did this similar thing.
I do everyone individually, like.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy talk, what you
Whoa.
just said. What you
Yeah,
just said is
'cause
nutso.
I always forget that there's the option of the other one.
That is so weird. Why is it not
I got you,
showing
Foxy.
Did
up?
I ever say I was sane?
That is, you know what?
Is the
You know what?
sources-
I haven't met a single sane VTuber, so that's.
Exactly.
Hmm.
See, yeah, the thing is.
I think it's a prerequisite.
Oh, bare minimum.
Hmm.
Especially if they
Oh,
call themselves
okay,
a clown.
okay.
I love your little hat. Oh, is that your
Right?
is that
Looks
your
like a
speed
Pokemon
one?
trainer.
What hat am I wearing?
You're wearing the one with
Oh,
feathers.
yeah. Yeah.
Ah, I love it. It's so cute. It also gives Sonic vibes. I don't know how to describe it or
Yeah,
explain
yeah,
it.
does.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that just because you're wearing it. I'm saying it.
Just because it's me.
I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with the ring and then the bright colors. I don't know. But it gives
Well,
it
red
gives
and
Sonic.
white are the colors of his shoes, so.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, no, thank y'all for joining me on this. This could be fun.
Yeah,
Let me
Hopefully y'all
Sorry
have
to
gotten...
scuff immediately, but
I mean, I began the game with 0 sound, so like I think you're starting off great.
Okay, there we go. Foogie fixed.
Foogie fix, let's go. Hell yeah.
Perfect.
Anyway, I was gonna say, oh yeah, no, I was worried that this wasn't gonna be able to be happening because my internet cut off around like midnight last night, and I was like, well, hopefully it'll be
Here we
fixed
are.
by the time I wake up today, and it was. Apparently it started working before 6 a.m., but who knows at what point. So props to whoever fixed that.
Good job.
Nameless internet person. Appreciate you. But yeah, no. So I've seen you've played some Peak before. Oh yes, badges.
I got these
Yes.
the last time I played with you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was gonna say.
Oh, so you played before? Yeah,
Oh,
you were there.
yeah, you were there. It's like, I don't remember these things. Please.
It was a long time ago.
Was this Halloween?
No.
When was the last time that
No,
we
it
played
wasn't.
Peak?
It was just randomly, just a bunch of us together playing.
Hell yeah. Okay. Honestly, better.
Yeah, that was the same day that like you guys had to leave. I think right when I came in, one of those days.
Oh.
And then you, me, and Ella played Idealist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And we had that like big old heart to heart.
Oh yeah. That
Yeah,
was a
you-
long time ago. That, I want to say that was
you were
almost a
in
year
voice chat
ago.
for a bit.
Yeah, I was in the voice chat for you
yeah,
guys, but because you guys were like already super close,
Mm-hmm.
because I had to join late.
Yeah.
In. Hands in. We got this. Oh wait, we gotta. Oh, oh. I can do it.
Grandpa trying to do the back.
I can do it.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Oh. Let's go. All right. What difficulty do you all want to do?
Depends.
Depends.
How much
Whatever.
you wanna carry me.
Let's do. Let's do the default difficulty first, and see how that feels. Someone
Good
just
job.
did you just?
I got in the game way too early, so I spent the entire time figuring out exactly how to make a basket from here.
Wow.
Honestly, impressive. I can't.
If only there was an achievement for the basketball in this game.
There should be.
There should be.
And then you get a basketball head.
I joked with Zelda of making a basket from the elevators. But I'm
Ooh.
not trying that.
Whoa.
If you
Not
do
without
if you do a couple like ricochets, or maybe if you get it like so it's rolling on top of the guardrail there, maybe.
Maybe. Or just figure out the right height.
Right. Hell yeah. All right. I have no idea what this day is gonna entail. All right.
Your son
Oh.
has his own bed? Nice.
Okay, so we're no longer snow. Okay.
Nice.
They transitioned away
No.
from the winter stuff. That's the general.
Over.
Do any of y'all need Bing Bong to reach the top?
I don't have that achievement. I know.
Okay, then we'll throw them
I've
in.
never reached the top, so.
One thing at a time, then.
Yeah.
If you haven't
Yeah,
even reached the top
exactly.
yet, well, then we're
Let's
Let
not
me
add
at
too
least
many
be able to
stressors.
reach the top.
exactly. Let me go grab some some coconuts.
Coconuts?
Coconuts. And we can cook them.
Gonna go.
Catch.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Good job. You caught it.
I
Here's your
did.
coconut.
Thank
Don't
you.
worry, I was using my head.
Yeah.
Really,
As the answer to
really
most
thinking.
problems.
Exactly.
Where was the other one? I threw it in here and then it... There it is. And boom boom. Oh. There we are. Well done drinks. Lovely.
Lovely.
I know,
Lovely.
I know cooking
Mm.
things twice makes them better, so.
I think the first time gives more... I know one of them gives more energy and the other one gives more food. I forget which one's which. We're between cooking once or twice. The dog saw someone.
Okay, I think he's over it now.
More. You're fine. Oh, right. I should probably do like appropriate things, like talk about the charity.
Probably.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Do we want to start with intros?
Yes. Let's do intro first and then charities. I'll start first because I'm the one who forgot. Hello everybody. I am the Idealist. If you haven't met me yet, I am a Paleomancer and I talk through Mama Dodo, currently dressed up as Sailor Moon, for a charity that I'm working with, Stream for a Cause. And I'll talk about the charity after the intros though. I stream, I'm a variety streamer, but I love horror content. And yeah, I like doing charities every once in a while that I can.
Oh, are you tagging me?
I jag you, Melon.
I am Melon the Melon. I am a melon who is the melon. I'm a watermelon fennec. I am also a variety streamer. I tend to do a lot of like gotcha open world exploration stuff. But I will be starting, I think probably next week, not this upcoming, but Sonic Saturdays.
Let's go! Alright.
Alright.
Tag.
Well, I'm BarbaricClown, an eldritch entity that has posed himself as a clown, also a variety streamer. I mainly do horror and RPGs.
Hell yeah.
Seemingly now JRPGs mostly.
Me trying to find the emote wheel. Yeah. So yes.
Oh, are we on a time limit?
I don't know if the time limit has started yet. We'll see.
That's a fair question.
Want to walk and talk about the charity?
Well, I do want to post it real quick, as far as
Yeah.
so do that while I'm not trying to climb a mountain. So doing a charity in collaboration with Stream for a Cause, in which we are going to provide people to get to places that don't, from places that don't have gender affirming care to places that do. You know, just getting the help that people need for you know, trans people. And we've already went past our goal thanks to the amazing, you know, community, and that's been amazing. But for every $1 that you donate is a raffle to win a game code for Deltarune, as well as other we're going to be making a I'm going to be making a sticker of a prehistoric creature that y'all are going to be voting on. And that will be half off to anyone who donates more than $10 as well. So look forward to that as
Woohoo!
well. And
The
yeah,
link to the charity is in chat. I have pinned it to my chat so people can see it at any time.
yeah. And for more information, I'm gonna also pin a infographic into my chat as well if you wanted to get more details for that. Click on the infographic here. If y'all don't want to wait for me to pin this, you're free to start climbing and I will catch up. I promise you. I'm the kind of person who plays this game where you'll turn around and suddenly I'll be like 15 feet above you for like no reason.
Yes, you are.
That
Yeah.
tree over there has like 20 coconuts in one tree. That's crazy.
That is
Holy
crazy,
shit.
actually.
That's awesome.
Oh, I almost did it again. Let's do /pin.
Suitcase.
There we go. Boop and boop. All right.
What the? There was nothing in this suitcase.
Guys,
How
I don't
much
know what to
time-
tell you. There's no
Right here.
suitcase. There's a suitcase right here.
You're on the other side of the rock. What are you talking about?
There's no rock. I'm not kidding. I am in front of a suitcase. There's no rock between us.
Alright, let me pull
Do you
this
see me just
stream up.
floating?
Yes. Do you see me just walking
What?
through the wall?
He is right. He is correct.
Yeah. Am I just?
Hold on,
Screen.
I'm tapping over to your. What?
Yeah.
And we-
How is this possible?
Oh wow. Listen, if you just wanted a hug, you could have just said so. You don't need to do like all this extra shenaniganery. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this first aid here and
Can you look up at the mountain? And I want to just compare that we actually have the same map real quick.
That's fair.
We have different maps.
Oh. What I will say, when I was having scuff, there was a update. Like, pretty much immediately
did
before
the
the stream. Did y'all update
I
before
forgot
the
to
stream?
tell
I
YouTube
updated.
about it, but I did it.
I updated last night.
Like, I
Alright,
opened the
Melon, I
game.
have the same map as you.
Okay.
Yeah, we have the same map. You have a different one. So did. Huh.
Huh.
Well,
Okay.
Well, we can see how far we get.
Do we want
Like
to have?
this.
Do we want to have a 2-map run and see what
Yeah,
happens?
Let's just
Why
see
not?
what happens.
Okay.
if this works, that'd be funny.
Do y'all see me just floating now?
Yeah.
I am directly under you.
How did we spawn 2 maps? That's so funny.
That's crazy. And how is it still functioning? Oh well, you're.
Empty.
Well, I already.
Oh,
I already
another
know-
suitcase over there.
Y'all are just floating around. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. Well, as far as help, I think you two will be able to help each other, but I don't know how much good I'm gonna be able to help y'all.
That's true.
Or we could totally like do it to our favor, where I hook up to things where you don't have options for.
Oh my god.
You are tweaking out.
You are also tweaking out.
There are coconuts floating over there,
Oh.
off to the
We
right.
really entered 2 different timelines, and they're trying so hard to behave.
We'll do this one.
There are objects floating in the sky.
It's probably because I opened the things. I opened some suitcases.
Oh my god.
That would do it.
We got this. This is easy.
Right, Zelda, this game.
Hey Puff, welcome in. How are you doing?
Remember, mushrooms are
For whatever reason, by the way, funny enough, began a game where we have different maps. Like, accidentally. So it's kind of crazy. Let's go ahead and grab this. So we're all floating and...
Well, me and Barbaric have the same map, which is weird.
If only we could have a third map.
That would be insane.
Alright, sounds good, Puff. Alright, we need to go up here. But how are y'all doing? How was your week? Oh, ooh, that was close. Ooh, definitely better than this. Definitely better. Oh my god. Just watching you air climb, and then you look like you're falling constantly, but you're not moving anywhere. Oh, I might.
Thank you for the sub.
Oh, let's go.
Me and Barbaric have the same map. Idealist spawned on a different map, but we're in the same instance. So it's weird.
It is wild.
Just oh.
Is this poisonous? One way to find out.
Oh.
That does mean technically we get like different, twice as many items. Interestingly enough.
Well, I'm wondering about that because Barbaric and I have both opened chests that have had nothing in it.
Oh, everything that I've opened have had items in it.
So I think all the chests are in your map, but besides like the beginning ones that are always there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I opened the first one and that was fine, but I think that's just because it was the first one.
Do you see Barbaric?
No, I completely lost him.
Uh-oh. He'll be fine, I'm sure. Oh, I saw a pointer.
Hi. Are you above or below? Hi.
Oh, there he is. Ascending through the ground for me.
You are upside down.
Am I? That's really funny.
What is this game?
Oh, y'all just climbing nothing. So good. Oh, man. Ooh. Oh, I was wondering why this felt... it's because the difficulty's different. That would do it. I was like, why does it feel like I can't climb nearly as much as I could before? Ooh. That was a lot more poisonous than I thought it was going to be.
True.
Ooh. Oh, boy. Well. Okay, I'm not used to this difficulty. Maybe if we reset to a different one. What's the likelihood that we're going to be able to get that under? Probably none, because it's all over. Well, unfortunate. I definitely should have had the health pack. Well, I tried to do it. I really did try. Well, hey, how are you doing?
Hi.
Huh?
So, I'm not used to this difficulty. That was very poisonous. That was very, very poisonous.
The mushroom?
No, the urchins. I was trying to get around the
Oh.
urchins. Oh, there were some urchins to your right. I was gonna say those urchins, like you can see it. I had some urchins to the right that I was gonna try to get around, and then as soon as I like touched it, I thought it was gonna be like a little bit of poison, and then it took like a quarter of my health from just being near it, and then before I realized it was too late, and I lost everything. So
We have one problem now.
what's
We
that?
can't satiate our hunger.
I have a granola bar from the first chest, and that's it.
I have nothing.
Do you not have like mushrooms or anything?
Currently, no.
I
Oh.
have not seen any.
I saw a couple
saw
mushrooms.
some floating in the sky, like way over there, but none in my immediate.
Like the coconuts that are way over there. and stuff.
Yeah.
How interesting seeing it
So-
from... Oh, I still don't see it from your perspective. It's very much still mine, so it's still very funny.
I think our best bet is to go over there.
Oh.
I wonder if the test will not work since I deal with the
Y'all are
I
just
don't know.
glitching in the walls.
This is not gonna end well.
Oh no.
Y'all, FYI, on my perspective, y'all are in a cave. Like, going through the walls. Like, your voice is echoing like you're in a cave.
Adela, since you're just tab over to one of our streams and see all these floating coconuts.
Yeah, please.
Okay, 1 second. How do I tab over to one of your streams? I guess I'll just pull up your stream. Just to do that. Alright, I'll just do that. Let's see. Oh my god. So different. The difference between
Oh
your
my
stream
God.
and my stream is crazy.
Oh, you took the easier way. Okay. I went the other direction.
Like, y'all are so echoey on my stream.
Oh, I gotta come your way. Okay. I went the wrong way. Now, the other question. If we get to the top and revive them, what map would we come into?
Yeah.
You'll probably stay in yours. I think your instance is just...
Come into?
Oh, probably still in mine. Just a guess, though. I could be wrong. This is so funny. This is one of those times where I'm like, y'all need to watch multiple streams at the same time. You have to. Like, seeing the difference.
I have yours up on my phone so I can see it.
It's so funny. You're going through everything. Uh-oh,
Yeah,
uh-oh.
it's good.
Standing there. Oh, okay. That's an actual... Okay. You're actually climbing on a surface that I see.
Huh.
So maybe once you get into this upper area, it's the same.
Talk
Let's see.
about a difficulty spike.
Right?
Never mind. It's not the same. I just saw you walk through a rock. Never mind.
I see the statue.
Alright, let's see if the statue's in the same location. Okay, same location.
I'm reviving.
Yippee! Did you revive?
Yeah?
I was not revived. And the statue was
No!
the statue is still there for me.
No, it's crumbled for me. I used it.
No.
It didn't even give an item. Like,
Oh,
It
okay.
crumbled for me too.
All right. Let's I think y'all need to
let's leave.
yeah.
Yeah.
First, I'm going to raise you guys' volume in Discord, and I'm gonna close peak.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna close peak.
All my friends left me. Wah. That's funny.
Oh my god.
I will also
Oh my
close peak
God.
just in case.
Yeah,
Oh,
'Cause-
yep. It is actively updating the second I closed it.
See, I knew it. That's what I'm
really? Because
anticipating.
mine's done up. I did it like right before.
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh,
Reopen.
now it has another update.
Yep. See. Mm-hmm.
It has a second update.
Mm-hmm.
So our timing was just impeccable.
Yes, it was. Good job, everybody. We did
Why
it.
are you not updating?
And I'll send y'all an invite. Boop. And boop. Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Steam.
Lower you back in Discord.
Same.
I'm gonna be a second.
You're fine. Steam giving you sass.
It was. It said it was
Yeah.
still open.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do.
There we go. Now I can do it. Oh, now it's giving me launch options.
Oh, yeah, I know. It usually does for me. Whee!
While we're waiting, I'm gonna real quick run to the bathroom.
Okay.
Would you kindly?
Yes.
I know
Yes.
you must.
Yeah.
Send me.
Yeah.
another
I guess I
invite.
don't. Yeah. I guess I don't have a choice in the matter. You said, "Would you kindly?" That's the activation phrase.
I want to
wanna-
play those on stream, but they will not get the same reaction out of me as it would first time.
That's true, but still, it's like I love the BioShock games, so it's still so good. I'd say it's still worth it. And I've gone through all of them except for Infinite on stream, which I need to do actually.
I wasn't the biggest fan necessarily of Infinite,
Mm-hmm.
but I love Rapture, so.
Yeah. Well, I think that explains why you were not the biggest fan of Infinite, because it was a whole different place, and you're like, wait a minute.
I loved it. I loved it, but comparatively,
Right. Yeah. No,
as
like,
a game, still 9 out of 10, 10
yeah.
out of 10. But
It's one of those games where if you painted it as a completely separate game, I think linking it to its predecessors was, I mean, it's still cool. I like the way they went about it, but when you're comparing like dark and gritty and then you have such a good like change of scenery, it does impact it negatively in my mind.
it does.
But
Yeah, it definitely does.
but still such a good game. I loved everything about it. Funny story about BioShock though. My mom has only seen one scene in BioShock when we were playing it growing up, and she's seen it 3 separate times. And it's the scene where you beat the man to death with a golf club. And that is the only one that she's seen. Because she just...
Oh my
I'm back.
God.
Welcome back. So she like is just like, hey guys, what game you playing?
Hey, Nin,
and it's
thanks for the follow.
and then
that is the craziest scene
Yeah.
to see.
yeah, and then we're just like, hey guys, what you playing? And then it's just like, bam, bam, with the golf club. And we're just like, you couldn't have came at a worse time. This is not what it looks
also
like.
The moment Melon joins the conversation.
Yeah. Yep. I was talking to Barbaric.
Bioshock.
Did you ever play BioShock, Melon?
Nope.
Okay, we're not going to continue this conversation.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it would be a game you would enjoy. It's a very good game. Don't get me wrong, but it's not horror, but it's fairly scary for a not horror game.
It's adjacent, yeah.
It's enough for the Boo Boo Baby Club to not partake.
Yeah, it's a
I mean,
Boo Boo Baby Club warning. It's like in the yellow category where it's like, hey, at your own risk, play for the Boo Boo Baby Club. That's my stamp for it.
True.
Yeah,
True.
but great game.
Especially the Big Daddies.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason.
It has probably the biggest mindfucking gaming though.
As far as twists go, it's definitely up there.
Of its time, yeah.
Not even of its time. I would put that it's still today one of the best twists in a game.
I plan to do that exact twist in a D&D campaign.
Let's go. You know what? Let's do. No, we'll try one more with the regular. We'll go down if we need to. All right, y'all ready to see
We
my
should
map?
be on the same map now,
Yeah.
I hope.
so that'll make
All right.
things a lot easier.
Let's go. We got this. Bow. All right.
Alright, I have your stream up to see if we match.
All right. All right. Do you see the mountain on mine? Does it match your mountain?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank God.
We did it. We're on the same mountain. Yippee!
Oh, good. Oh, nope. Different mountain. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I was gonna
Oh
say.
my God, don't.
All right, I'm gonna go grab the same coconuts as before. I'll be right back.
Oh, if you haven't cooked the horn, you should.
Ooh, does it sound different?
Very.
Oh.
Cook it again. Cook it again.
It was it. Oh. Oh. For whatever reason... That's funny. I thought the coconuts would have been there. Alright, we got this. Alright.
Oh, here, does someone want to cook this too? It's really fun.
Sure. 1 second. Here's your coconut.
You know what? I stand back.
There was an explosion in that flare.
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh, really? What gave you the idea I'm not chaotic?
That's pretty funny.
Incinerated bugle. Keep going. When does it just expire?
Oh, we never tested that. That's a great idea.
I don't think it does. It's just staying at incinerated.
Alright. Yeah, incinerated as far as it goes, as far as I'm aware. This is your morning alarm. This is your morning alarm.
Oh my god, this gets cracked.
I believe it.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, I know they added like unique interactions as far as like cooking stuff where you can cook off the bad things of food and all that jazz. Hold on, let's see if you get items. Do you get items?
Rescue claw.
Let's go.
Yay.
I still need that achievement actually.
Do you want to hold it?
No. I mean, do you have it? The achievement?
I think so.
Oh. Hell yeah.
I don't remember. Ow.
What's the achievement?
The achievement is picking up a dead, unconscious body more than 20 meters, I think, is what it was.
Oh.
As you can imagine, it's a little difficult. Someone has to be unconscious.
So was the mushroom bounce, but I managed to do it.
I also did it.
And survive.
Well, I didn't. I didn't survive it.
You
but
survived a lot longer than I thought you would, and then you just died in the middle of the air.
Yeah.
It's one of my best clips on TikTok.
It's one that I need to post,
Oh my
certainly.
God.
Yeah, we need to see your point of view.
Yup. I need to go and finish that out. There you go. Whoop.
There you go.
There we go. No. Oh. Come on there, sir. You got it.
Hold on. Let me recharge. Oh, thank you.
Welcome,
So
everyone.
supported. Rope and a granola bar.
Ooh. We're so healthy. We have so many first aid kits.
That's never a bad thing.
You know what? One of these is going into my pocket. That's what's going to happen. Because last time I would have survived, but I couldn't get into the backpack in time to, like,
Ooh, bandages,
get it out.
water.
Ooh, I would
Is there any
just
space
drink...
in the backpack?
There is one space, but I would just drink the water if you don't have full energy.
Just get the stamina, yeah.
Y'all,
That's true.
they're gonna go get... Oh, more suitcases. Whoa. Oh, those leaves aren't real!
Oh, look, a yellow crisp bear. No, we won the bugle name.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I thought those leaves were real, and now I'm in a pit. Uh-oh. We got out. We're fine. Silly me in my intangible leaves. I don't know how they photosynthesize. Lollipop. I don't really like the lollipop energy stuff, personally.
No, the sugar crash you get is not worth it.
If you double dip with an energy drink, it really lets you get to places you wouldn't normally be able to.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, but exactly. Too high. Let's see here. I guess I'm thinking left. We go that way and then up.
Yeah.
Also this way.
What way?
But
Oh.
once you get past, like,
Oh.
up here, I'm not really seeing many places to grab.
Yeah, once we get up there, yeah.
From my angle.
Well, get a better angle. Forehead.
God, get a bigger angle.
Get a better angle. Me when I talk to a short person.
I feel that.
Your quiet speaks volumes, Melon.
I think you mean inches.
Oh.
Oh my
Left or
god!
right?
No, we're not turning this into a short hate speech.
Oh no, it's not a hate speech.
No. I will make it beautiful. Good job. Melon's was
She's just
better.
beating us. It was.
This is where I went last time.
No, you weren't in the air.
Yeah, we were going that way. Hey, whoop.
Nope.
Thank you. I can see you now where you're just like, hey, what did you say about short people exactly? As you're like leaning down to pick me up. What'd you say? What'd you say? Tell me what'd you say. Say short people are great. Say it. Say it right now.
It's just because I had just edited that video last night.
Uh-huh.
Where I got that, like, thing that made me really small.
Yeah.
And I was like, you don't notice anything different about me? And you just go, no.
Yeah, no, this is average This is good. I'm gonna need. Ooh, I'm gonna eat you. Perfect. I think we're going up right.
If you're feeling
Continue right or go up here?
lucky.
Where?
The suitcase?
Yeah. Over there?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I'll head that direction.
If you're feeling lucky.
Well, I always feel
I
lucky
don't.
until I'm not. You said it was. Oh yeah, I see it. Watch it be a mirage, even though that's not a thing here. Oh my gosh. Hey guys, if you get hurt at all, we have so much health. Hello.
Oh, there you go. I was like, I heard you under. I didn't know where you were.
Listen, we're on the same map now, so we should be okay. Hey, look, it's the little things that I died to last time. Let's go this way. Yeah. These bridges are a lot more stable than I'm used to. Hi. Oh, that's impressive. Good job.
This may have been. Oh no, there we go. Oh, there's a very precarious placement.
Y'all are in a precarious placement. That sounded like an insult, but it was more just a statement.
Okay, I found a safe spot.
Congrats.
There's a rest spot right here.
Oh, we could just go left. What am I doing? There's like, if I just go left up here, it's like perfectly fine.
Well, we're gonna take the hard way.
Yeah, have fun in the hard way.
As one of our close good friends say, you've made your bed, now shit in it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not Amber Heard.
Hey guys, your way might be nope. I might. Oop. Uh-huh. Okay. Quick ad break. We're fine. We're fine. Oh. I like hearing them in the back. I like the echo. This game is so good, dude. It's such a chill time. Let's go up that way. I'm not very talkative today. That's why I find it interesting. I'm kind of like sitting in my silence a bit, so I apologize if that's not as entertaining. It might have been because we've been streaming all week. So apart. Oh, I hear you.
I kept climbing with no energy.
No.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. We took the scenic route.
You did.
The sunset is beautiful.
It is. I mean, whenever we're in the desert. So I could actually go outside.
Right.
There we go. Oh, well.
Guess you didn't.
Yeah, I guess I just started walking.
It's
Christopher walking. Scroll here if y'all want to get the achievement for picking those up. None of us died. Let's go. Healing lantern. We have so much healing.
Did you get a special
Such a
thing?
pretty sight. A beautiful moon-shaped fruit surrounded by fireflies. I feel so relaxed now. Maybe a nap wouldn't be so bad.
There we go.
Sausage or marshmallow?
Ooh, we got roots. Let's go. I already got mine.
Melon?
Oh. I'm trying to try.
I'm just cooking some apples. Yeah. Oh, if only we were able to find a portable stove.
I wonder what cooking a lollipop would do. But I'm not gonna try that.
Actually, I think cooking a lollipop makes it so you don't get sleepy.
Interesting.
Yeah, because it removes the negative. Cooking removes negative effects of most things.
I don't feel like attempting to try that though, just in case.
I'm gonna tempted to try this though.
Whee!
And oop.
I pressed the wrong button.
No! Are you okay?
I'm alive.
Well, that's honestly, that's good. Glad to hear it.
I have bandages on me, so that helps.
Do you need more than bandages? Because I have a first aid kit.
I have about half health.
Yeah, that's a first aid kit issue.
I have a couple for tickets. The win!
The wind.
Anything else here? Don't look it.
What do the blue
Seriously.
mushrooms do?
It's random every time.
It's whatever the symbol is, I think. No, even the symbols weren't matching up.
Yeah. Oh, you're blind. You blinded yourself.
Do you need first aid kit?
I see God.
I think yes.
Yeah,
It's
probably
the-
yes. I would say
what color was that mushroom by chance?
Yeah, yeah.
blue.
Okay, don't get
Noted.
blue. Yeah, noted. Don't do blue. Got it.
I
Sweet.
mean, I want the achievement to eat them all, so.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Oh.
I have another one here. There's another one down there that I think is green.
Oh no.
Let's see.
There's a yellow.
I don't remember which ones I did.
Ooh, dang it!
You
Oh.
have to eat them in one
Ah.
instance.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna feed it to you. There you go.
Ow.
Oh,
Okay, so you had
It-
blue.
it-
What one was that? Oh
Ah!
green. It made him pass out.
no. Ow.
Ooh.
Well, there's a yellow one. Ooh, you got a shield.
I don't need.
Did you give him yellow?
He has
I
yellow,
just ate
yeah.
yellow. It gives you shielding.
Good to know. Oh wait,
Yellow's
real quick.
great.
Here you go. Here's red. What does that do?
It removed all my shielding, and now I have a speed boost. Whee!
Okay, so it makes you hyper. Got it. I mean, if yellow is shield, I'm gonna swipe that real quick. Yoink.
Yeah, yellow is shielding.
Okay, so we want yellow. Good.
Yes, we do. Wait, you know what? I'll be the test.
Ooh. Where? Oh, I see you. Alright, I'm away, because I will want to take the rescue claw. Hold on to something! Hi.
Hi.
I'm here for the rescue claw. Thank you. Yoink.
Dee-dee-dee-dee.
You could also use it like Spider-Man, by the way. Just be very careful.
It's great.
It's definitely one of the better things that they've added. I think the only thing you need is purple?
Blue. Do I have green yet?
Red gives you sugar, right? It was a speed boost, I think. Whoop. Hey, dragon, welcome in. Oh!
Ah!
Someone farted. Couldn't be me.
Oh! God, what the hell? Oh god, oh god.
You good?
I'm okay. I'm just gonna wait for the spores to wear off.
Here. Where are you?
Where are you?
Here. Let me know when it's good.
I had a lot of spores.
Understandable. Oh, sorry, was that it?
I still have some, but I can wait for it to wear off a bit while we kind of get an idea of our surroundings.
Okay. Oh, really, dragon? Hold on. Real quick. Just dragon. So, are they talking about trying to like get people to do commissions in the Discord? Because if so, I'll need to do something about that. Because, yeah, there are people that sometimes get into this server and their only intention is to get commissions. And that's a no-go. If it's alright with you, would you mind sending me the conversations y'all been having? I just want to make sure. They want to commission me for $100 per commission. Incredibly suspicious, but they don't act impulsively like other ones. I shout, yeah, if you don't mind. I don't remember if this is good or not.
Is worth 100 per.
Yeah.
What do you need?
It's a little suspect. I, at the very least, will want to have a conversation with them. About it and be like, hey, you can't just kind of go around doing that. And then we'll see. Because especially, like, at the very, very least, it's about the comfortability of people in the Discord. You know what I mean? It's like, if someone is making people feel uncomfortable or pressure, that it needs to be addressed.
Oh, purple's the one that makes you fart so hard you might die.
What? When I first read it, other people genuinely try to scam me. Exactly.
Need another random mushroom?
No.
Yeah. It's also not my first rodeo either, and there's been plenty of people that I've had to remove from the Discord in a very particular manner. Usually they try to, like, hey, we want to get you our... Oh, zombie!
Stay away. I do not remember it making those sounds.
Yeah, they make zombie sounds.
It used to just sort of burp.
Oh
All right.
no, oh no.
Where are you? Where are you?
Oh. The zombie attacked me.
No! He's infected!
I have no stamina. No!
Are you...
Get away!
Alright. This may be good. Oh, wait, hold on. Ooh.
Oh shit!
Good thing I didn't do it. Ooh. Barbaric, where are you?
I'm still down with the zombie.
Can you, like, go out somewhere around here?
Oh,
I'm pointing.
oh. Yeah, if you go around there. Ooh, ooh.
We can try and rescue Claw you.
Yeah,
Oh. Like around here?
sure.
Oh, yeah.
One of you might get the achievement.
Hurry!
Hurry up.
I got it. Okay,
Oh, thank you.
no problem.
I have like a third of my bar is stamina.
Oh no.
Are you injured at all?
Yes.
I'll do the med kit for this.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
And you should also get an achievement for healing through a zombie bite too, which I think is
Oh,
I think
he's
I
on
did.
his way.
oh,
Look at that, I got 2 achievements in this one section.
behind us. Zombies below us. Right beside you.
God damn.
Going, he's after you. He's after you.
Right there.
Let's see. Where's a good?
He likes watermelons, I guess.
No!
I mean, but they're good.
They are
They're
good
really
though.
good. They're the best.
Well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, are you serious? Are you serious, Dragon? If so, yeah, no. Hell no. Hell no. No, 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 no.
Don't do AI
Yeah, what? That's so funny that my immediate reaction is just like, well, maybe with the benefit of the doubt, you know, struggling artist. And then as soon as it's just like, oh, it's AI art, get them the fuck out of here! Get them the fuck out of here! All of us holding on to each other so we don't all fall. No, no!
No!
Where are you? I'm so sorry.
I am at a waterfall. I see Melon.
Hi. I'm gonna try to do this in a way that you won't make you fall immediately and break your neck. All right, let's see. There you go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a big yikes, Dragon. Honestly, if your gut's saying AI, it's probably AI. It's yeah. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell too, but that's because I just don't have a good artistic eye yet. You.
Well, there are also times the artist is the AI and the art isn't.
Mmm.
That's the other
Oh,
problem.
oh,
yeah.
oh, God. That was bad timing.
Actually, it's an issue I had on my server recently.
Oh, AI people.
A person that apparently had even gotten banned on Blue Sky.
That's
God.
crazy.
For that kind of stuff.
Oh, spider! Watch out for the spider, but you're good.
Hello? There we go.
Hi.
Wait, what?
Come on, we got it.
Yeah, I like slipped the same way.
I was being
too.
helped under the under the shroom.
Let's see here. Hmm.
Spider idealist.
All right, spider idealist. Woo, woo. All right.
You have the claw, don't you?
I do have the claw, but I only have one more. You know what?
Oh, right.
You know what? I believe that I will open up that chest and there'll be a way to get y'all across. All right.
Melon's
Well,
gone, so it's just me.
Oh. Okay. Oh boy. Hold on to something.
Win.
All right. I do have some rope that y'all can climb on.
I would save it.
Save it.
I'll try to figure out how Melon got where she is.
Okay. The fog rises.
Oh no.
Hey, Spider, how you doing? Go away. Please. Pretty please? Thank you.
Okay.
Alright. Thank you, Dragon. Appreciate you. Oh. Woo! Not even close.
Oh, I like it.
Don't apologize. Moderation for the server is very much my job. So, thank you. Thank you for letting me know about it.
Remember to hit the button this time.
Well, bye world.
What?
I heard bye.
Well, I did fall. Yeah.
I'm okay.
Oh, good.
It might not, yeah, unfortunately it might not have been theirs. If they're willing to do AI art, they might be stealing other people's art. So, say goodbye to that art piece. Oh, another shield. I'll take it. Now where are y'all? Is the question. Oh, I see you. Whee!
It looks like they're around here.
Are they expensive that they're in fact, if they are in fact bad? Yeah. Well, again, it's just kind of one of those things that we just need to keep an eye on. Now, I'm not going to sit here and make assumptions, but I also have found that people who have, like, the different font in the Discord like that also have a tendency to not be great. So avoid that font in the future. I'm not going to make assumptions for the future, but... I think they're trying to find a way out.
Oh no. The wind. No, no, no!
No! Oh. Oh, hello, Adios.
Where are you?
Below you now.
Oh. Sorry about that.
I got blown.
Congrats.
It wasn't a fun time.
Oh. Then I'm sorry. Okay. I'm not getting any... Oh, there we go. There it is. Slowly getting my thing back. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
If you could go this way. Or just do that. That works too.
Woo! Oh, barely made it. I don't know what kind of finagling I had to do in order to make that happen, but I'm alive. Y'all are below me, right?
No, no! No, people, people!
No, no!
What did I miss? Where's Melon?
She fell down.
Oh, no.
She went down there, I think. Somewhere.
Alright. Can you do me a solid? Does this go down to anything?
That does, actually.
Okay.
And that goes to how I got up here.
Cool.
I'm gonna jump over to here. See if I can see her.
Alright, I see her.
I do not. Okay.
Hey, Melon. Oh, God.
What was that?
That was a beetle that fell. Is there any other... No. I will grab this,
I
though.
love beetles, but that was terrifying.
How's your health?
Half of my health bar is hunger and ouchies.
Oh no! Oh no!
Alright.
Oh no!
Well. Hey, Barbaric, you good?
Yeah, I just got blown away.
Congrats. Alright.
Still not in the fun way.
Oh. Alright. Here. You tell me when.
Okay.
Okay. There's a little bit left.
I have another safety claw in my backpack. Do you want to take it since you've been good with it?
Sure. Thank you. It's like... Melon, you good? Okay.
Oh, I didn't know you had left. I was just waiting for you to...
Oh, yeah, no.
Out.
Sounds like he's having fun.
What the...
Oh, wind. There you go. I think we're okay here.
Yeah.
And then I put a rope here for from when I was up. So there you go.
Thank God.
Yeah, right. Hello.
Hello.
Glad to see you're alive and well.
I'm alive. Not sure about the well, but I'm alive.
Where's Melon? Well, where'd you disappear? I
Just
look.
went around the corner.
Okay. I'm gonna get
Checking
this.
out our surroundings.
I'm gonna get this suitcase.
She's teleporting above us again.
You know, the usual.
Okay.
There we go. Interesting. Interesting.
Wind.
I'm just gonna run against it. You. Huh. Oh boy. Oh, are you serious? And we just climb up this tree. Perfect.
Where did y'all go?
Ooh.
Hi.
I pulled a you. Are
Hi!
either of you poisoned at all?
No.
Nope, I'm just hungry.
Okay. There's space in your backpack, right?
I would keep that on your body because if
Wind!
if you passed out, you'll drop it and you'll heal.
Oh.
Yeah, it's one of the best emergency things you can get.
Cool. Yeah, we need food. Let's eat the beetle.
Eat the beetle. Eat the beetle.
Oh god.
You good?
Honeycomb.
Ooh. If you cook it, you might be able to get the achievement for eating in all the different areas.
There's no fucking way we'll be able to
Okay.
find a portable stove.
Well, as in hold on to it and then cook it at the fire.
True.
Or you can eat it now if you're really hungry.
Half my health bar is hunger.
Yeah,
Then
I would eat that.
I would eat it.
I'm gonna eat it.
Which you should, unless you're... Listen, sometimes it's tough. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Because there's a lot of overlap between people being who are a little odd in general, and then scammers. So you don't know if they're just a little odd or if they're trying to scam you.
Hi.
Hi. Try to call out the odd ones. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, what they've dealt with it enough times where they're just like, you know what, it sucks, but anyone who's odd, I'm just not gonna let them stay. Like, it's better to just, you know, not give the benefit of the doubt. I haven't reached that point yet, personally,
Oh, you're lucky.
but I know that's usually the direction people end up going. It's just like, you know what, if you're acting a little strange, you're just out. Or now it's one of your choice. Hi.
Look at the cute puppy.
Puppy.
Yeah.
I have arachnophobia mode on, so it's just Bing Bong as a spider, but like hanging
Oh.
out.
Yeah. All right.
I
Is it-
recommend just switching to it because it's so delightful.
It's poisoned over here, by the way. Poison. Go back. Go back. Go back. Poison. 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 Whew.
I love spiders too much.
Love is a strong word. We have a beneficial relationship. It's kind of like a
Our
like a
house,
like a
no one's allowed to
relationship.
kill them.
No one's allowed to kill them. Interesting. We take them outside.
Unless they are in the bedroom or the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I will not allow them to die.
Yeah, that's a similar rule that I have. They can't be around me when where I'm sleeping or if I'm naked. Or there's a new rule. There was a newish rule of they can't be around me where I eat because I had one spider charge at me while I was eating, and I was like, "That's weird," and weird.
That's cute.
It looked like a barbaric charge than it did like I want to give you a hug. Hey, Alarian.
Rosie, I'm hoping you're just saying that because you don't know what that means, but absolutely not.
No.
I have a wife.
Yeah, she has a wife. What do you think that means? Friends with benefits. Oh my gosh. That's wild.
Hi, Alarian.
Hi, Alarian. Said in the literal sense.
Right, in the literal sense. This is my wife. Why am I the wife in this?
Hey, wife is a wonderful term.
I agree.
I think everyone should strive to be a wife.
No, I see it. Me thinking about my qualities being like, no, I see it.
Alright then, Zelda. I'm a wife, apparently.
Like, I'm pretty good at cooking.
Careful, there's a spore thing.
There is a spore thing.
Oh,
Let's get,
no.
we got you.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, watch out! There's a spore thing.
I didn't see it.
All right, we got to stretch, hydrate, and
no
move your
stamina.
legs from Alarian.
Okay. Oh, Larian, how dare you?
Thank you. My legs
I love
appreciate
how
it.
Zelda just what?
What?
No
Everyone
context.
should strive to be a wife. That's what it is.
All right.
That's for everyone. Okay, ideals. Start ideals. Wow. Okay, Alarian. Why did I do
Wow.
that?
Oh boy. Well, good thing I have a lot of energy. Teehee.
Oh.
Well, la-di-da.
If you have more than like half, you can make this. I'm sitting at about a
Nope.
quarter.
I'm sitting about an... Oh, maybe now an 8. I'll be at a quarter.
All right. If y'all can get up here, I could see the way out.
No, when? Perfect. Thank you, Rock. I am safe.
I believe in you.
Oh.
All right.
No.
Oh.
Ooh. I'm gonna get out of the way so he has more room to stand.
All right. Come on. Come on. Oh, no. You good? Oh.
Try this again.
Is it all hunger?
Oh, and some damage.
All right, hold on.
A very small amount of damage.
There we go. Let's heal. Let's use the rest of this. Pollute the mountain.
Woo!
All right. 1 second. Stay still. Ow, son of a...
Oh no!
I just got rid of it!
Stay still.
Well, hey guys. Oh, well, okay. Actually, surprisingly...
Oh, wind.
Oh, this might be problematic. Ooh. Okay. Alright.
Whee!
And then... What? Why are you making this difficult for me? Get over here.
No! Okay.
Okay.
I thought I hit the wall.
You're gonna have to help me up. I have so little stamina. I guess I walked up.
Alright, let's get out of the wind.
Oh, I was thinking like right up here. I don't know
Oh,
if.
no, there's a nice way this way.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh wow.
Ooh, it is a nice way up here. Well, well, well.
Oh, look! A chest.
Please tell me there's food.
I don't know. It's all the way over there.
Where?
Land.
Oh. Do I have enough to be able to get there is the question. Let's see. I should. Alright.
Oh, you know what? There's a
What?
way over there.
Oh, is there?
There is.
Oh. How? Please tell me this counts. Okay, it counts. Oh, thank God. Oh. You better be eating, Larian.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome. Woo. Hey, you did find it. Good job. Alright. Ugh.
Getting over there's the hard part. I have about a quarter of my bar
oh.
is stamina. There's the mushroom there. You might be able
Wind.
to use.
There's a wall here. We're okay. Okay. I'm thinking, actually, I think we need to go on top of
There's
it.
a way around to that a bit.
Okay, that might be something. Watch this not have any food whatsoever.
I'm gonna cry.
Hey, I'm gonna miss this and hurt my ankles. Ah. Nope. Open it.
Anything?
No. No. There is not.
What's in there?
A bandage and an energy drink.
I mean, I could use the bandage.
So could I now. Oh, well, alright, bye! Bye! How far down did I drop? I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna die. Whee! Oh! Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, well, that answers that.
Yeah. I was like, well, I'm like less than halfway down the mountain, so I'm just gonna
Hey,
jump the rest of the way down the
Are
mountain.
you serious?
Look what I found.
Oh, you're... I'm very hungry. You're looking like a chicken right now.
You know, I'm not gonna tell you how to max right now, but that would be you're about to res me, so you could res us both and solve your hunger. Hey, Barbaric. Hey. You didn't even you didn't even cook them over the damn fire. You just
He was a
straight up
cooked
ate
That's a
him.
cannibalism
He-
achievement.
He
In my eyes, he was a cooked chicken already.
Oh my god. Please tell me someone got that.
Oh gosh. That's so funny. Hello.
Please tell me someone clipped that. Oh
Yeah,
my god.
it's clipped.
I'm
Oh,
so
good.
sorry.
Yeah, we've had the clip command
You
for
know
a
what?
hot
Just
minute.
For that, I'm keeping the stove myself.
All right, look at all this. Hey, look at all this food, guys. Look at all this food. Look at all this food here. Don't eat it yet. We're gonna cook it first.
Yeah, I know.
Look at all this.
You have full permission to cannibalize if it comes to it. I will offer myself first for that.
Good to know.
I don't even know how you do that.
You have to reach a certain level of hunger, and then you can eat people.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
I'll take the mushroom, or not mushroom,
Well, I do
marshmallow.
like watermelon, so I guess I'll take you up on that. No, I want the hot dog.
Okay. All right, my hunger's good. Anyone else need any more? There's some more cooked fruit if you want it.
Soaking up the backpack with food.
Hell yeah.
Do we want to bring the other backpack?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to. All right,
That's
fires
such a
out.
cute picture of a capybara.
Oh.
Oh, I haven't done this one yet.
Yeah, I think last time was the desert for you, right?
Yep.
Yeah. There's an achievement on here where you don't get above 10% cold. We're not getting that.
No. No, I'm sure we are not.
Because that was really
the
difficult, and
lantern
I
will
got
help
really
you with
lucky. Let's see. I see
Oh, there is a
chest over there. Oh, that chair too. Okay, perfect.
Someone did grab. Oh, never mind. I have it. Oh, thank God. I was gonna say someone grabbed the portable stove, right?
I did not.
I have it.
Perfect.
I have it. So we're good.
Get up here.
Oh, I go.
Melon's doing their own thing. Ooh, balloon.
Ooh. There's wind.
Yeah, this is. Is your tree working? It's
Yes.
not. Why is? I don't understand. I honestly don't understand the cold thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Trees sometimes matter, sometimes don't. Oh, let's get that in here.
Are you grabbing the cannon?
Yeah, I grabbed the cannon. Melon, you good?
Hi.
Okay. Glad you're.
Here.
Are you serious?
Cold.
You gave me so much
I saw
cold
it.
damage.
Oh. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I didn't even
Saw a
know.
snowball and just had to.
Oh, no. It is absolutely fine. Water. Are any of you low on energy?
Why is there a
I'm
person
good.
Huh?
over there?
What are you talking about?
Why is there a person over there?
What are you talking
They
about?
just went behind the rock.
What are you talking about? There's no one there.
Okay.
Anyway, anyone want any energy? Or nah?
Found a scout cannon.
I'll take it. By the way, winter berries right here. We should stock up. We should cook these and stock them up pronto. Cook if you want them, but I recommend it. Even by themselves, they're really good.
Do we want to cook them?
Cooking would make them better, and they're already really good.
Well,
What the fuck? Who is that?
What are you talking?
that's what I said.
What are
See
you
that
talking
guy
about?
peeking over that rock?
There's no one there, guys.
Every time
He's
Idealist
gaslighting
looks
us.
away.
It's because Idealist is gaslighting us. He knows that there's someone there.
What? The only gaslighting I see is a portable stove.
We don't have the binoculars. Oh shit. Why is this not cover?
Oh, the portable stove counts as a heating device to go near the stove.
Oh my god!
Just don't light your butt on fire. All right, there's one
It
more.
might help. Alright, I'm gonna go over there.
Do it.
Yeah, show me this man.
Oh, the fire went out.
It's fine. Winterberry in there. Perfect.
And now he's gone.
Wow, the person behind the rock that only you saw is gone. Crazy.
2 people saw.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see nothing. Ooh, this is
Gotta
really
kill 'em.
handy. I didn't see nobody. I think the mountain madness is starting to settle in with y'all.
I wish we had the binoculars.
And
Try
like,
zoom in
no
and
one
on
in
'em.
chat was confirming like you were seeing things. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, wow. That was a beautiful piano tune.
It was. The music in this game is very good. Very serene. Oh, stand by on the... Why are you slowly gyrating your hips when I look at you, Barbarian? Like, you're on the mountain, and then I think it was your cape was like flowing in the wind, but it looked like you were moving your hips forward and back. You got the Bing Bong love badge? Hell yeah.
Ooh. Oh yeah, isn't there drops?
Huh?
Twitch drops.
For
I
peak?
thought yeah.
Oh!
I don't know why. I don't think there. I don't think there was an update, and then literally we had to update twice.
Yeah, maybe. There are? Oh. Well, I guess if you got it, that means I have it active. I guess. So, congrats.
Yeah, I just have automatic drops enabled.
Oh, is that a thing? Do I have that on? I don't know if I have that on. If not, I should. I kind of want to go up left. Oh,
Ooh.
I'm in a little crevasse, little hole. Croissant. Hey, welcome in, Samantha. How you doing? I think you have it on because of your Cult of the Lamb streams had them on. Oh, well, no, I actually turned on those that one manually because the first time that we did it, it wasn't happening. Why are you shook? Are you winning? Actually, yeah, I think so. I would classify what we're doing right now as winning. What about you? Are you winning?
Why, hilarious?
Let's see. Ooh! Is that another one of these winter berries? I'll take them. Oh boy. Your dad's electric post. That's it. Interesting. Yeah, that would also shake me. All right, where's a good spot? Honestly, I'm not really seeing a good spot.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have to like go over that way.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, maybe there, and then go up left. Yeah, like middle left, I think is a good spot there. Yeah, ever since the US bought TikTok, I haven't been posting on there. Did you also stop, Melon? I forget.
Yeah, I haven't posted anything.
I don't have it installed, and this gives me the less late reason to. Yeah. Yeah, uninstalling it is probably the best at this point. I was considering making a TikTok explaining, like, hey, I'm not going to be posting here anymore, but... TikTok means you left. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so they just bought their own, like, section of it. TikTok is still the same the rest of the world.
Right.
But
Outside of the
has
US.
its own bubble.
Yeah. No. No, this ain't it. Is there another way on the other side that's better? Kind of. I mean, I also only use it to upload clips, but, even that's a bit sketchy now, at least for US citizens. Because that terms of service was wild.
TikTok and used it to just scroll.
Okay, this is not the spot. Man, this one's rough. What was that? Oh, okay. the wind with a melon's like almost made it sound like a distant cry, like on the wind, and I was just like, what the fuck was that, guys? What was that?
No, this ain't it.
We might have to go mid-right first. Yeah. This one's gonna be tricky. I think this might be the first bit here. This feels a bit of a waste to do this immediately. Hold on, let's see if we can make it first. Alright, see you, Larian.
Go bye, Larian.
Yeah, I hope so too. I still plan on posting on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube and stuff like that, but... Alright. I managed to get up with a little bit of energy. Do I have anything that could help y'all? Not really.
Jump from this side.
I mean, I wish I could drop something down that would be helpful for y'all, but it will... it's the shelf fungus. AKA, it'll just happen. Yeah, the roots map is tough. Oh, thank you for the follow, Siphus Delta. Thank you. One thing I will note, the trees behind y'all over here do have berries. If you want that. This game is great. Where did y'all go, by the way?
I just went around the back to check out this cave, see if there's anything in there.
Wow, that is a heck of a snowstorm right off the rip, huh? Did we just have one? Alright, I'm gonna keep on trying to go up then. Yeah! Thank you for stopping by. It was wonderful seeing you. How are you doing today? Ooh, we have a little mushroom here. That's worth it, probably. Woo! Huh! Woo! Huh! Got it. Got the fungus. Oh, that looks like something. That also could be something. I don't know. I'm not leaving my friends behind. They're just late. Let's get a little bit of a treat.
Barbaric, the place where we were standing, there's a cave behind it that kind of leads up.
Oh, all right. Careful! Blizzard! Blizzard! You can summon salty here. Do you have like a salty summoning circle? All right. Okay. I'm in my little crevasse. There's my legs. Don't worry about it. Is it on it? No, I mean, that'll do it. I mean, that's how you summon anyone, really. I just need to mention Sonic and Melon gets summoned. Oh, hello there!
Hi.
Hi! I'm glad you found a way up. Because I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to describe how to get up here to y'all, from my perspective. No other way to say this, but your voice sounds exactly like me. Ooh! I'll take that as a compliment. You must sound exceptionally handsome. Just kidding. But that's actually pretty cool. Hello, my vocal doppelganger. Welcome in. I am you from a different dimension. I kind of want to hear a recording of your voice now. Just to see. Yeah, honestly, yeah, I mean, if you're fine with it, I'm fine with it. Just don't say saying anything sus, and then people are like, oh my god, Idealist, how could you say that? And I'm like, it wasn't me, I swear. I'm a voice actor, easy to do. Oh, really? That actually gives me some hope. That's awesome that you're a voice actor. That's so cool. Opened your stream and had a bit of a freak out because I was like, and it's like, no, that's Idealist. Oh yeah, no, that's awesome. No, that's awesome that you voice act. What have you voice acted in, if you don't mind me asking? Let's see here. Yo! Oh! Ooh. We're fine. It just took all my energy, but we're fine. Whoop. Man, the endurance, stamina, that's the word for it, is tough. It's not what it's not what I'm used to. Think big, still trying to make it out there. Hell yeah! Audiobooks, pretty big YouTube and own products. That's awesome. That's awesome, my guy. And mobile game. Ooh, that's also really good. Well, hell yeah. Glad to Glad to see you putting yourself out there. I love seeing people's like projects and passions and really want to, you know, support, you know, root for them. Okay. Okay. All right, now. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, by the way, Carmen, something that I wanted to mention as well, because I heard it yesterday, but I wasn't able to respond to it. I think that's really awesome that you were doing like horror book talk and stuff like that. I thought that was really cool. So I at least wanted to mention that I was like, oh, that's really awesome, but I had my hands tied, so I couldn't put it in chat. Oh! We're fine, probably. We're fine, probably. Come on, Lantern. Come on, Lantern. Fight it. Fight it. Come on, Lantern. Come on. Fight it. Fight it. You can do it, Lantern. You can do it. Blizzard, please. Please. Blizzard. Blizzard. Okay. Okay. Well. Oh. Okay. See this stream bot. Oh, perfect. That was my biggest problem, but now I miss it. Right. Okay. Well, there goes my. There goes that. All right, I'll check it out. I'll check it out after stream. I'm still out here. Barely, but I'm out here. Maybe not for long, though. Barbaric's gone. I mean, it is pretty awesome to know that someone with my exact voice is a voice actor. That's like, that's cool. Okay. How am I gonna get up this? Oh, this is... Okay, well, bye world, I guess. Bye. I can't... what was I supposed to do? Yes, I'm actually a mimic, and you're the last voice that I stole. Hey.
Oh no.
Yeah, the blizzard really screwed me. it was really bad.
Unmute Barbaric in Discord because his mic's still not working.
Oh, okay. Let me do that.
It's just all gone to shit so
okay.
fast.
All right. There we go.
Yeah, apparently my model froze. The game can't hear me, but chat can hear me. That's fine. Stream is still working.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well.
So. Yay.
Literally, how are we supposed
Once
to
we get to the campfire, I'm going to reboot VTube Studio at least.
Okay.
Ah, shit. No. It's safe here.
No.
Well, okay.
I don't have the amount of health to do so. Yeah, do we have like first
I
aid
believe
or
in y'all.
I only have crispberries and winterberries, a cannon, and some rope.
Well, the food helps at least a bit. I now have at least a secondary bar the size of my primary stamina.
Okay.
Now, the question is, how are we gonna get... Oh, what about this way?
We may have to go down to go up.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh, okay. It's not as far as it seems.
Oh, be careful. We got the,
Oh, don't touch the cold.
But I like the cold.
All right,
You know
let's
what? This
see
is
here.
like what it's like for me outside sometimes.
If it were like this for me, global warming would have hit an all-time high.
Yeah.
I'm in California.
New York is a lot like this.
I believe that. Where is it?
I want to leave.
It is.
Well, that worked for all of 3 feet.
Spooky memes. That's what it was. Spooky memes. I have to see this.
Oh. Well, there's at least this one.
We do have the same voice. Holy shit! No way. Apparently, I have the same voice of Sisyphus Delta.
That's
Oh.
awesome.
They sent a clip. They sent a clip of the Discord. And we speak not just the voice, but the mannerisms of the voice are very similar.
Oh wow.
Hell yeah! So that means like we're friends now, right, Sisyphus? That's just how it works. Either one of we have to like fight to the death with swords, saying there could be only one, or we have to be friends. It's true. We have to be enemies or friends. There's no in between.
Ideally,
Exactly.
as little bloodshed as possible.
Destined
That-
rivals.
Yes. Marvel rivals.
Well, maybe.
So a bit
Gooner
of
rivals? Okay. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh,
made
you
a
got.
critical error.
Oh. Well, you fell quite a bit, my guy. Just saying. No, hold on. I'll go help.
Yeah.
I'll go help. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. I'll be right back. Yeah, he's dead. He's so dead. Like he's so
No.
beyond. Well. Oh, you might be able to live. Hold on. Wait. She's up. She's up. She's up.
My God.
Oh, my every bone.
Oh my gosh.
Well, in this case, I'm going to restart VTube Studio while Melon climbs.
Right? There's a really derailment after I want you to know this. Bro, honestly, it's a good derailment. Well, that's all I gotta say. Oh man. So the mist is coming.
No pressure.
The fog is
No
rising.
pressure or anything.
The fog, the mist. One with the mist.
The fog.
The
I
fog
thought we were
is
playing
coming.
Peak.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Oh god, it's everywhere.
Yeah, fog does that. Fog has a tendency to do that. Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, I've been to San Francisco once or twice.
No, that's
The
the
fog's
that's the
name is
smog.
Carl.
I've
Really?
been to London.
Yeah, the fog in San Francisco has a name.
Oh, why Carl?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't
didn't
know.
have a say in it.
Yeah, why did you call it Carl, Melon? Like, why did you specifically give the fog name Carl?
Shit.
Was it because you really liked llamas with hats?
Carl.
That kills people. Oh,
I was more of
God.
a Charlie fan.
Charlie, I did like Charlie more than Carl. That is true. Charlie, Candy
fuck.
Mountain, Charlie. Melon, Candy Mountain. We can climb the mountain to get to Candy Mountain,
It's
Melon.
the magical
It's
Leoplerodon,
it's the magical Leoplerodon. Magical Pleurodon. We surely won't take your kidneys, Melon. I lied. I took the kidneys.
Well, I'm back. I can move again.
Oh, well, there's me dying twice. And a third time. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Ugh.
Sorry,
What did I get for eating barbaric?
Oh my. Why do you have Labubu teeth?
Let me see. Oh my god.
Did the clip get created? I don't know what happened there.
You know what? That fits the energy.
Let's see.
And the eyes.
Not the Labubu.
What happens when
teeth.
I do it? The Labubu teeth is kind of cursed. Not gonna lie. Speaking of which, are y'all pro or anti Labubu?
I'm whatever.
Anti.
Now that it's calmed down,
They're ugly.
like everyone has their own little like what they think is adorable and collectible, but it
That's
turning into such a capitalist phase was what bothered me.
I would put them in a similar category as those weird gnomes in the 90s with like the floor, like giant hair.
Oh, are you talking about the trolls?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like trolls.
Hold on, let me, you're able to speak in here now, so I'm just gonna mute you in the Discord. Where are you? Where are you? I can't say that without following it up with the song.
Yeah.
There you go. We're good.
I
We're
can't
good.
say that to be fair anymore the same way either. So
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Thanks
what
a
song
lot.
has "To Be Fair"?
no, the show Letterkenny.
Oh, got you. See, I haven't watched the show. I've only seen occasional clips.
I recommend.
It seems funny.
It's hysterical. I love it.
Anti-Labubu because they were popular for at least a year before it popped off in the West. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things where it's like the system built around Labubus absolutely despised. Labubu themselves, it's whatever. It's not my thing certainly, but just like the troll thing, where it's just like it just wasn't my thing, but I didn't necessarily like hold it against them necessarily. But the whole system around Labubus, definitely. Definitely anti all
it just
that.
became a capitalist craze. Like people were charging out the ass. One of our friends, like, is a teacher, and he had to, like, what is it called? Like, bust a Labubu trading ring in his like grade school.
Labubu trading ring is honestly kind of amazing. Just in grade
Like,
school.
wild that the kids thought of that. But
That's sad.
Did I ever tell y'all that I had my own kind of trading ring in grade school at one point?
oh,
No.
Yeah, pixie sticks. So
Fair.
what I would do is that I would buy a $1 pack of pixie sticks, which were like, it would have like 40 or 50 of them, and then I would
Yeah.
sell each one for a quarter.
oh my god.
And
Oh, see, for me in high school, it was gum.
it was
People were
gum.
literally, they were,
Oh,
I-
people
'cause I would always have
crave
5 gum
gum
on
in
me.
high school.
and they were like, "Oh yeah, here," and people were giving me like $1 a stick.
Oh, that, yeah, in high school,
And my
yeah.
parents would always buy me the like big packs.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
The gum packs. And so I'm sitting there I'm enjoying the gum for myself,
Right.
but I'm not gonna say no.
Right. Exactly. No, I did get in trouble, and they did take my money. So there was that. For my,
never-
and it was in middle school, so. But yeah, I think probably there was some suspicion
They are
level.
recreating the TCG grades. That is
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. Until we bunker down on that whole aspect of, you know, mass buying and then scalping, just in general,
Yeah.
it's just gonna keep reappearing
I
for
would
everything else that
love
we do.
people to stop doing that for TCG.
I think people should just stop doing that. Period.
Oh, same.
Just
But
for
that's the only
everything
one that
between
mainly affects
the
me.
computer parts and trading cards and
Oh, God,
like
not the
tickets to
computer parts.
shows to everything in
Everything.
between. I'm just like, cool. You ruined everything that you've touched, and that doesn't sound very like a healthy thing to do. So
Have whimsy in your heart.
exactly.
Look
That's
at me.
right.
Whimsy.
Look at me! Look at me!
Fucking whimsy.
Oh, I'm so full of whimsy. Everything is a blind box now. Yeah, that's also. I'm not the biggest fan of blind boxes. They are fun, but man, are they like. I don't know
Where
the
did I
right
get
word.
This.
Whoa.
I don't know. Was that from the zombie?
Oh, I don't know.
remember.
We left before I got all the notifications, so I don't know where it came from.
It might be geographical, but honestly, unlikely. In that it's just like, oh, people in the same area sound the same. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Arr. You look so mad. You look like someone put a
Oh.
pumpkin on you and you're just mad about it.
I need
Louisiana.
the Labubu teeth for this.
Have you always been in Louisiana? Because I've moved around a
Me too,
lot,
I
so I have a little pickups here and there. So because I've been in Virginia to Colorado to Florida, to Pennsylvania, so Louisiana's not one of them. You look like an absolute creature.
Let me
Yeah.
see this.
I think
And yet, it's adorable at the same time.
if I were to ever come across a fae, they would look something like this.
Or the way that you look.
I'm a gnome.
Yeah, that is
They're-
a fae.
Take that back. Take that. Take
No.
that back. Take
I
that
I
back.
have a collection. of
Pumpkin
gnomes.
man. Take that back. Pumpkin man. Pumpkin man. Ooh. 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 All right. I'm gonna turn the difficulty down a little bit. That third map is hard.
It's so.
This one's a bit rough. Not gonna lie. Are y'all down for that?
Yeah.
Because I want to get you to
I'm
the
down
end.
for
That's that's kind of like my
One more game,
goal.
One more game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
If anyone knows Glitch Productions, oh dude, Glitch Productions have been doing so good. I've been wanting to get that art book. They released an art book for is it Gweniverse or something?
Knights of Guinevere.
Yeah, Knights of Guinevere. They released an art book recently, and I've been eyeing it. And I'm just like, oh, because I
Yeah,
love
it
me an
looks
art
really
book. Any game, like games that I love, I tend to get art books for. So I have like Dead Space art books. I have Horizon Zero Dawn art books. I have Destiny art books. I love art books. So when I saw
I
it,
have a lot
I was
of
like,
the,
ooh.
Final Fantasy 14 art books, and they're so
Ooh.
Yes, I have those too.
Oh, you know what?
so
I
good.
also have.
I'm swiping a lantern.
Some
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons ones.
The Horizon art book's really good. It's really, really good. I recommend
bet.
it. Yep. Listen, you
I
can't
wanna
say,
get the Death Stranding one.
ooh, the Death Stranding would hit so hard.
Whoa, yeah.
The
That's
GDT
one of my
Frankenstein? What's that?
Guillermo del Toro.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yes.
I was like, I don't know. I don't know people.
Anything Guillermo del Toro touched, as far as the art.
All right, and we got a little bit of
Where'd
this.
the other half of this one go?
There you go.
That's a great
A little bit of this. There you go. And a little bit of this. And there you go.
Owa!
Ow!
Shut up!
It's great adaptation. Doesn't follow the story precisely. It covers the heart and soul of it. Perfect. Wow. 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 Give me at least one. Thank you. I know what you were trying to
It
do.
didn't work.
Oh, there it is.
I like this is infinite fire.
Right.
Can we take that with us for the ice?
Oh, I took the lantern. Now I'm gonna carry that with us. Oh, there's a thing where if you catch that at like 200 meters. Oh, do you wanna hold? Hey, Barbaric, do you wanna hold what?
Where'd
I forget.
that go?
I forget his name. What's his name? Bing Bong.
Okay, where's 200 meters from you?
Yeah.
We ended up, I think, we had Ella stand on a cliff and,
There's Bing
or,
Bong.
or like had one of us stand on a cliff.
Yeah, it had to be like pretty up there, and then you need to be far and down, I think is the way to go about it. So if you want to take that and move towards the actual mountain, Candy Mountain, we could.
Ooh.
Mine now.
Be
If
thankful I
there's
didn't
space in the
shoot.
backpack, food and water.
Backpack's full.
Fuck this energy drink.
Just drink the water straight up, and then just keep the food in your inventory.
Okay.
And away we go.
And away we go! Actually, this might be a decent spot here. If y'all want to get down to, like, towards that beach area down there, that might be enough. I don't remember if I have it. I think I do. Alright. I'm going to try to do it as far as I can. Ugh!
Oh shit.
Where is it? Yeah. Alright, up to me!
Damn it.
You're not beating the allegations.
What allegations?
You're so good at throwing. So good at throwing. Hell yeah! The prime refresh, let's go, dragon! Thank you, thank you.
Come back!
What if that just rolled? Good job. All right. Whee. Did it give you the achievement?
It's 100 meters.
How do you know it's 100?
Because that's what the achievement said.
Oh, okay, cool.
Over 100 meters.
Melon, did you also need it?
I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, catch a flying disc from 100 meters away.
Yeah.
Okay,
Then
all
you
right.
can go back over where I was.
So you do have it, or you do need it.
No, I need it.
Okay.
Alright. If you stand right over next to this, you'll be good.
Yeah. You did it! Hold on, let me see if I also need it. Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, I also need it. Someone get up here.
Alright, What was your trajectory amount and angle?
Full, and I kind of did like the farthest tree over there against the mountain. It's like straight ahead. So
One?
like, yeah, like that one was kind of like my general direction. Oh. Oh, right. No, I'm not the one throwing.
Yeah, what?
Hey,
Don't do
Dance.
that.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. Welcome in. How are you doing? Okay. Go for it. It did it. Let's go. Woo!
We're gamers.
Think fast. Didn't think fast enough. How y'all doing? We're gonna get this man to the end. We heard that there was a candy mountain at the end of this.
Candy Mountain.
Candy Mountain, Charlie. We won't take your kidneys, we promise. I like collecting the cards of Pokemon and opening packs with friends, but I don't play the game really.
Yeah, it's just like fun to have them, but I don't know. Do any of our friends?
The
Like
game
play?
is too easy for me to comprehend.
Wow, you're saying I'm too smart for this. That's kind of crazy.
I can comprehend Yu-Gi-Oh. I can comprehend Magic.
There's no way you can comprehend Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh is an eldritch abomination right now. it's
I comprehend it because a friend of ours made me a deck, taught me how to play it. That's it.
I used to play
can't
Yu-Gi-Oh.
comprehend
Yu-Gi-Oh is a
past that.
different beast now.
It is. Because he really had to walk me through what I was doing for the longest time.
Yeah.
So I stuck with Blue Eyes only and went from there.
Got you. See, I played Yu-Gi-Oh until I got a real Slifer the Sky Dragon, and then I wrote off Yu-Gi-Oh after that.
Nice. I prefer
Give
Magic.
the heart of the cards.
Yeah, I also prefer Magic.
Though my friends don't like me, and Zelda also does not like my deck very much.
Are you a blue player? Is that what you're telling me?
Before Commander, I was a blue-red.
Oh, so you
and
just
now
like
with
taking
Commander,
80-minute turns. Got it.
Well, and now with Commander,
Uh-huh.
I also take 80-minute turns, but that's because I have a janky Krenko deck.
You do what to your deck?
It's not optimized at all because I just built with
Zelda,
what I
it's
had.
a bit.
It's a
But it's a Krenko Goblin deck.
Okay, got you.
So
I
I do
don't
nothing but
TCG
amass
at
an
all.
army,
Mm-hmm.
and they just die from death of 1,000 cuts.
It's a great game, but it's not an inexpensive hobby.
No,
It is.
it's cheaper than Warhammer.
It is cheaper than Warhammer, but that's like saying, hey, like, you could do cocaine. It's less severe than heroin. Like, it doesn't mean one. It makes
mean-
one better. It's just. It's just a little
okay,
less problematic.
Nowadays, where would gaming fit into that? If we're being honest with
But,
ourselves.
but the way I used to describe World of Warcraft like that, where it's like I won't touch it
God.
because I know it would absorb my life, and I don't want to do that to myself. So I
tried it.
specifically
I
stayed
can't.
away.
I tried it and found Final Fantasy instead.
Hell yeah! Enjoy your lurk. Then I have the local card game stores that does Magic the Gathering events. Yeah, it's a good way to meet like people who like the same things you do though.
As far as the question of Yu-Gi-Oh, I did back in the day. Because I'm old.
When it was on 4Kids.
I'm gonna go ahead and grab the chest here, or I thought it was around here.
Okay.
Where'd it go?
Yeah, back on, hold on.
Is it way down there? That can't be it. There it is. Knowing his hobbies. I was talking to friend Snoopy up the other day. Magic the Gathering. He said he's not into it because he's already got an expensive hobby. It's Warhammer. Yeah. Yeah. If you're into Warhammer, you can't be into anything else. You are. It's too expensive. It's too expensive. It's crazy. Well, now what I will say about Warhammer is I love the lore of Warhammer. That's really cool. I like listening to like podcasts and especially the horror aspect of Warhammer. And I remember watching one episode of, it was like an animated Warhammer series or something that they did. And the one that I liked was all I remember was seeing this little goblin creature that is just like, one curse, one must aid, and then like carved runes in a door to like dismantle the door, and they had to like gain on curses and stuff, and it was really cool, and I was like, hey, I should watch that. It was good. It was good. It was a good time. So I like it. I like it a lot, but is that something I'm gonna just play and do? No, I'm good. We're good. We're fine. What's your most expensive hobby, Melon?
I mean, for a while it was cosplay, but
Cosplay would do it. Thanks for the follow, Dons. Appreciate you.
I mean, I guess probably VTubing.
VTubing can be very expensive. That's true. But I feel like it's more like they come in bursts, where it's like you spend a lot of money all at once versus like a consistent money over time. Not that I'm saying that's not the case as far as like it can't be expensive because it's all at once. But in my mind, it's I think it's like a different way of spending. Whoop. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. The dungeon master. You're the master what, dragon? Hey, wait a minute. This guy debates. Get out. Why, how's there a jellyfish up here? How did you even get up here? Hey guys, how you doing?
Hi.
Hi. Oh.
I will say, while VTubing can be expensive, I have made so many more friends doing this hobby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's really fun. Like, for me, rekindling old connections. Like,
Yeah.
with like Ella and Death and them. I knew them in fucking middle school.
That's crazy.
50
And then,
years
like,
ago?
Yeah.
50 years ago.
I know that's not true.
For me, it might be.
But also, like, our current friends, like, motivating each other to do stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very community driven, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different kind of friendships than I've ever had, actually.
Yeah. I think.
Well,
I mean, it's.
I feel like that's everybody
Yeah.
that does this. It's like you never had that kind of a closeness with friends before.
Mm-hmm.
When you just take out the fact of seeing each other.
Yeah, that's all.
There's
And
something
then-
weird about that.
And
It's
then,
more personality based.
yeah. Yeah. You got this. All right. Easy peasy. Let's cook our berries.
Piton. Airline food.
I'm gonna be a bit greedy here and go for the hot dog. I want to see if maybe I can do the eat 3 hot dogs in a row for this one. So I'm actually gonna hold on to it and see if there's 2 next time. I might be double dipping. and I apologize for that.
Okay. No, you're good.
Oh, you're gonna want that in your inventory, so you can use it while climbing.
True.
Is the Mugenics going to be in the stream schedule? It very much seems like a game you would love. I did stream it once, and I really did like streaming it. I was just gonna see how people responded to it before I made it like a regular thing. Because there are some games where I'm like, oh, I love this game, but it doesn't stream well. So then I just do it on my personal time. So I'm kind of waiting for that to go out and see how people respond to it before I'm like, maybe, maybe not. But yeah, Mugenics was definitely a game that...
The Book of Bones!
The Book of Bones!
Who wants it?
Once I'm dead, you're free to use it on me. Oh, wait, no, wait.
What?
Someone else should do it because that's an achievement to do that to somebody.
Oh.
It's resurrection.
Okay. I got an achievement for just obtaining it.
Oh,
Nice.
do you mind dropping it for a second? No, I have it. Okay. If you use it on a dead body, you resurrect the dead body, basically. So you're free to use it if you want, Barbaric. And if any of us die, you know what to do. I think it was last Saturday, Dragon.
Problem is, I have no slots.
Oh, if you don't have slots, I can take it.
No, I got it. I have
Okay.
stuff. I have this
Oh,
taking up a slot.
you can also get rid of that one if you want. It's also an achievement if you carry it all the way up.
I want the achievements.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go. Surely there won't be a gust of wind as soon as we get over here.
Right.
That'd be cringe.
Surely I'll remember to hit the right buttons.
Yeah, you'll get used to that. Then it'll become second nature. Ooh, perfect. Ooh, perfect. Lovely. I got food and a protection.
Nice.
In case you don't know what the milk does, if you drink it, you get shields.
Yes, I do know that.
I actually don't know if the mushrooms are the same. I think it...
I don't know, but I don't.
Okay.
Anymore.
Yeah, the land sharks are cute. They also are very, from what I hear, tough to beat because they kill you. Oh, a wild melon!
Hi.
Is she a zombie, though? Hard to tell.
The fuck?
Still can't tell.
Oh my god.
That could...
Ow, ow.
Hey! How you doing? That well, huh?
Bandages?
That might be...
I need more.
Here.
I missed the vine. Apparently, it didn't want to grab.
There you go.
Do you still need more?
It's only a sliver.
Okay.
I'm good.
I would hold on to something, though.
Happened?
Now, a comic that I want to start reading is Constantine. Because I've always loved Constantine ever since the movie with, what's his name? The guy that everyone loves, including me. But,
Keanu Reeves.
yes. That, in my opinion, that had my favorite representation of the devil. And that's also including Supernatural, which I also thought was a good representation of the devil.
I will say, if you like the movie for Constantine,
Yeah.
if you start reading it, get ready. He's even better.
Let's go!
They
Was it
did
good, Ratty?
Well, but
Uh-huh.
not anywhere close to the comic.
Oh, I need to read it.
If you like a British jackass, in the best way
Who
possible.
doesn't like British jackasses? Let's be real. Let's be 100% real
Exactly.
here. That's
Exactly.
my favorite kind of stereotype. Archetype? Archetype.
And-
Stereotype's different.
And that's exactly what he is. He's one of the best.
And
also, if
what?
you like Swamp Thing, they do stuff together a lot.
Oh, fuck!
Yeah, unfortunately, bad timing. Whoa, whoa.
Anyways.
Wharf, wharf, wharf.
I hear puppers.
Oh boy, why didn't I hold? Okay, well, bye.
Bye, Dylan.
I'm on the bottom. I'll meet you all up there, I guess. Well, shit.
Don't make me come back.
It's wild. Ooh, so you recommend it? I mean, I was gonna watch it regardless because if there is a passion project that is pushed to the limits, it would be Markiplier's Iron Lung. So I was gonna see it regardless, but it's good.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, I'm back. All right, round 2. Fight. Good thing it's not super windy right now, or else that would be problematic. Oh. 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 Thank you. Much obliged. Much
Woo.
appreciated. Yes, yes.
Did it.
Indubitably. There's the wind. Matt Pat from Game Theories involved in political discussions. Yeah, I remember seeing him as a politician, and I was like, no way. There's no way that Matt Pat's a politician now. But he is.
Yeah,
And honestly,
I
good
love
for
it.
him. Good for him.
I would vote for him.
Same. And I get to look at the screen and like, I remember watching his FNAF videos. And they're like, all right, Grandpa.
I remember when he was a YouTuber.
I remember watching him on YouTube. He used to have a theory, a game theory. And they're like, you keep saying that. We don't know what that means. No one understands your references, old man. Thank you.
Be really careful if you guys are coming up like this way.
Oh, good thing we're not. Hi.
Good. Hi. I didn't
I
know
pre-
which direction you were coming from. So.
No, I appreciate it regardless. Back in my day, we did go outside. Nowadays, not so much.
That's right.
I remember.
Now that we're old, we stay inside.
I remember riding my bike to then play video games at other people's houses. But at least I rode my bike.
Yeah.
I would hold on to
Wind.
something.
Who's got a? Huh?
Hi. No, Melon! Melon! You're like
Okay.
you're like skipping.
Do you have space for this in your?
Yeah. Let's see. I wa-
Technically, no.
Technically, no. I have space in my hand.
My backpack.
Perfect.
Back in my day, we used to ride bikes. Now, if you ride bikes, you'll just get hit by a car. Depending where you live.
If we're going with back in our day, there are some dark places that we could go to.
No. Yeah, that's why I'm
Let's
trying.
not do
I
that.
I have censored a lot of back in my day already in my head.
Yeah.
Hola.
Hello.
Back
Hola,
in my day, people could
Cyrax.
take a joke.
No.
Whee! You got this. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
The dragons are multiplying.
Uh-oh. I'm thinking here.
Yeah, I'm thinking there too, just after the wind.
Hey, we're fine. We're fine. Don't worry about it. Gotcha. De nada. Oh, there's some
Careful
some
of the
pops.
spore.
Yeah, there's some spore stuff. And I don't mean the game, which was very good.
That was
except
a good game.
until the DLC, and then it was really bad. Ooh, watch out, more spore.
Yeah. And then the weird sequel they tried doing.
Yeah.
Like the Dark Spore or whatever.
Right.
Dark Spore.
Yeah, it was weird. They were trying to like add action RPG elements to it. Oh no. Not up here.
I'm gonna try this way. Oh, there's a thing up on top here, so be careful if you're gonna come up this way.
Okay.
There's a bit of a pustule. It might pop. I don't know if it's the one that will poison you or blow us off the map, so careful. Either way.
Either way, I don't want to know.
It's how I went out last time. Woo!
Oh!
No.
Whee! Are you good?
Yep.
Okay, good. Hi.
Listen, the roots have such a shorter time span of the wind, where in like the ice zone it goes far so.
Oh gosh, that's why I was so bad with the blizzard, because I was on the edge of the
Yeah.
mountain and I couldn't hide anywhere. I had the lantern, and with the lantern on, it stayed up long enough to go through my entire health bar, and I'm like, okay,
God.
let's try this way. Whee! I hear beetles, so be careful.
Uh-oh.
Is there an achievement for beetles?
There he is.
Ah!
Hello, beetle.
Paracel!
Oh no!
Bye!
You weren't even facing me.
Are you okay?
No.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, I would like to help you, but, I don't know how I would. Oh, so they don't pop the things. So I could pop that and maybe fling them off, but then I might get flinged off. So,
Then you might, yeah. It's too risky.
alright. How far down did you drop?
Chasing you, Ideal.
Woo! Oh! Oh!
We're so bad for memory. No.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're having quite the storm.
Is it working on any of the other streams, Cyrex? Or is it just in general?
Yeah, you can try someone else's point of view.
Alright. I wish we had a way to cook it, but I'm gonna test to see if this is
A mandrake.
yeah. It's a mandrake. Alright. How far did it fall? Oh, it's right there. Okay, good to know.
It's right there.
It's right there. Okay. So if we manage to find a way to cook it, we would be able to find it. Hey, Piranha, welcome in.
I do not see Barbaric at all.
Hey, Barbaric, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, well that's good at least. Maybe I think this way. It's a way to go about it. I wish that we could leave like little. Actually, that'd be kind of a good ad. Like you can leave little notes, so that when people walk by, they're like, "Ooh, go up this direction," you know.
Yeah.
Hey,
Stop
shush! You're overreacting,
Oh
Tom.
my god, I simply walked by it.
Man, Tom is such a overreactor.
It's really changed.
Yeah. Ever since he's gotten divorced, he's never been the same. If you see a screaming vegetable, you know you're on the right path. He's like, what?
No response. What?
How's your hunger right now?
Just a small little thing.
Alright, I'll eat this. Hopefully that wasn't poisonous. I don't think it was. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. I see a chest down there. Crap. This is a really good spot that we're in, but at the same time,
Oh, wait.
I want that mandrake. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go for it. Ooh. Ooh, okay, good. Alright. Alright, down here. Oh! A little oopsie daisy. Come on. Oh. Well. That's not bad. Anything else? I'm not seeing anything else. Poo. Oh, we are not where we should be. Tell you what. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we can kind of go up here. Alright, oh, okay. I was going to say, why am I not able to get up here? Because of the wind! Alright. Go up here. Sounds like Barbaric has met Melon? I was gonna say someone. There's only one other person here. Don't tell them, but I also saw the person behind the rock. Ooh. It would be kind of funny if we just hear the distant screaming of just the vegetable. It's like, what is that? Huh. I mean, I kind of from there to like there. Oop. Interesting. This may be problematic. Let's see. Oh boy! Oh. I missed. Well, today just ain't my day. Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
I've been better.
Yeah, I mean, you look a little dead.
I mean, just a little dead.
How'd you manage that?
I missed a rope.
Oh.
Or, not a rope. A vine. And I fell.
Oh.
And broke all of the bones in my body. And
That does
I didn't have
happen.
I didn't have the shield milk in a ready position, so when I scrolled to it and used it, it was too late.
Where's
So
your
it like
body?
way too far. Like on the other side of the mountain where you are, I think.
Of course. I'm sure the book doesn't work on your ghost.
No, you would need to go to my bones.
Well, I'm gonna be boned sooner than that, so,
I believe in you. Ask Ping Pong for some advice. Well, you need to ask it a question.
am I going to die?
You should ask your friends for help.
Oh.
I do.
Yeah, no, that, About how much health I can. Let me pay Melon a visit. Oh. So how's it going?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
This tree has an invisible wall.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Were you talking to Barbaric?
Yeah. Barbarian's pretty much almost dead. He's like stuck halfway down. So since you're up here, I'm gonna tell him to jump. Be right back. Hey, she's already at the top. So I'm not saying you should die, but I'm also not saying that it might be faster and easier to jump.
Alright, Idealist. I'm
Yeah.
finding your body.
Okay.
Damn, I thought that would kill me. Ooh, pustules!
You want to see something cool if you stay in here? Let's see what happens. Because I think if it's gonna do what I think it's gonna do, you're gonna die and then your body's gonna get up at the last second. I could be wrong. If you want to speed up the process, I think you hold E. Where's the zombie? Hello.
Hey.
It didn't work.
It
The
didn't
book
work.
Didn't revive me.
Yeah.
I think someone else needs to use it on you.
Yeah.
Idealist thought maybe it would work.
Oh no, not that part. It was the I thought if you died in the infected spores, you became a zombie.
Oh.
It has happened to me before, where I've died and then I got up and I was a zombie for the level, which was very fun. All right, raddies, see ya. No, not the sausages. I guess sausages is not happening this time. Alright. Man, the lantern that I was holding too. Oh. I shouldn't have gone after the chest. I got greedy. It didn't even have a cooked thing. it was a complete waste of. Yeah. So, like, essentially, I missed a vine, is what happened. And then, because I didn't have the shield thing ready in time, I took the damage, then shielded, and then died.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Axolotl. Thank you.
Axel.
If you
I know, right?
want to hold on to one of these items,
do you need the binoculars?
I am hoping that we will see that little freak again.
Uh-huh.
So,
That creeper.
I'll swipe that. Okay.
Oh, wait, I wanted them. in my-
I will take the
Nice
rope cannon
balls.
then. There you go. That way I can help shove the load a bit.
Cool.
Don't worry, I probably won't die, but, you know, today has been a day of many deaths, so what can I say?
Yeah. We haven't gotten past this level, so who knows?
Who knows?
We're about to be killing too.
What was that?
I used to have one of those. One of what?
What'd you say, Barbaric?
Where are you? Oh, you're over there.
Oh, okay.
I asked Axel how he was doing. He said he was chilling. I said we're about to be doing the same, literally.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's pretty good. I swear to God, if I open this chest and it's a cooking thing, I'm gonna scream.
I really hope it is.
Ooh. Yeah, this is the toughest level by far.
Yeah.
I hope
the
that-
only time I've gotten through the ice levels was when I was buried by
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Okay. Down here it works.
God, it took like almost all of my health.
You're fine. You'll be fine in about a moment. Ooga chugga, ooga chugga, ooga ooga. There you go. See? You're good. Alright.
Insert Winchester waking up.
Yeah. Or the radioactive gasp.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alright, I got so much food in the backpack. So if you need extra food, let me know. Dang it!
Oh, I'm gonna go.
Get down!
No.
Get down!
Get down!
Get in the corner! Ah! Melon's just like, stop stepping on me.
Ow.
Ow. Granola bar here. I'm gonna get this white one over here.
I don't have space for it.
Okay.
You can get rid of Bing Bong if you want.
He went with my corpse.
Oh. You can get rid of Bing Bong if you want. Oh.
He's safe here.
Hey. I think if they made it so that it was more consistent with trees, this would be less unbearable.
That is true. At least the rocks help.
The rock kinda helps. Here's a rescue claw. Recommend it.
Yeah.
I will eat one of these for make room for the rope. Oh! What was that? What happened?
Energy drink, double cooked.
Double. Sure. As good as I'm gonna be, I guess. Hey, Ludo, welcome in. See me. Up it here. We are going to see what's here.
Cold is scary. Yes, it is. Especially when there's that weird dude poking his head out.
No idea what y'all are talking about.
The idealist refuses to admit exists.
Mm-hmm. I can't admit something existing that doesn't exist. Oh gosh. Down! Holy crap, dude. Just holy crap. Oh. You good? Hey, you good? Hold on. I'm gonna get it. Oh, damn. You're up. Hi. I was gonna...
Hi.
I was gonna try to get the achievement by picking up your body a little ways away.
Oh.
Because technically, I think it counts. Melon, you alive? Yeah, you're alive. I see you.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, I'm good.
She's better than we are.
Yeah, don't drop. That's all I say. That's all I'll say. You got this?
I'm gonna wait till I have at least half my bar stamina.
Okay. Yay. You're fine. You're fine. Oh, Blizzard! Oh. No, Barbaric! Are you okay? The ice level is brutal. This is on the easiest level setting, by the way. We literally can't make it easier. You good? You alright?
Hi.
Hi. You okay,
Do you
champ?
need help?
I think I
I
can
can
go
get
up
you.
this. Yeah, I should be able to go through this and meet there.
Oh, seriously. I'm in a spot. It should be okay. Should be in the keyword.
I found a hole.
Congratulations.
It's a safe hole.
Oh, that's
I like it here. It's
Oh, okay.
warm.
It is brutal today. Like we haven't even gotten to the mountain yet.
Right?
Y'all expect me to make it?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Gotta believe.
Believe in the me that believes in you.
It was a practice throw. I swear.
Oh my god.
The god of blizzards doesn't like you cursing, Melon.
Ah.
Ooh, I found that.
Eat the berry. Eat the berry. Eat the berry. Y'all good? Oh, there you are. There you are. Okay, cool.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
I don't know where Melon is.
Right behind you.
Oh, okay.
Melon's
need
dead! Yeah, there's berries on the tree.
You're good. Yeah. Yeah, there's berries over here.
There are berries on those trees.
Okay. There's berries in there.
Have fun! Oh, wait, we're all in the cave. Good. Good. Oh, well, apparently that's too close to the outside, I guess.
Here, come up this way.
We can, but I don't see beyond that. So I wanted to. All right, you go up that way. I'm gonna see what's going on over here. I'll turn around if I need to.
I'll come see you when I'm a ghost.
All right. All right, got that. Okay. All right, Blizzard, I'm gonna need you to not do something right now. Oh boy. I really want it to... No, you're fine. Hopefully your mom is doing well. Alright. Okay, the Blizzard was kind to me. Thank you, Blizzard. Much obliged. Now where the frickety frack am I? I think I'm on the edge of the map. I think I am at the edge of the map. Yeah, there's nothing really here. Yeah, I literally can't move forward. This is it. Ooh. Okay. Alright, this is a nice little nook here. Nook and or cranny. Alright. Oh, this is gonna be a bad idea. This is gonna be a very bad idea. But guess what? Oh boy. I think because I'm on the side of the map, it's not counting. Because thank God. Because I'm looking at all that, and I'm like, oh, shit. Let's do that. Oh, shit. That's all you're gonna give me? Well, fuck. Alright. Wish me luck. Ooh. Ooh, we didn't need the rope cannon. Woo! Sounds like y'all are having fun. How dare they have fun without me? Me as I split up from the group. Alright. Alrighty. Maybe the blizzards happen less often when it's during the daytime? Maybe? Ooh. I'll take this, though. Ooh, there's a lot of stuff up here. Ooh, 2 ropes. I'll take that. All right, let's grab you. I said let's grab you. Thank you. There we go. Oh, that's unfortunate. It is a direction I literally can't hide from if I wanted to. Well, at least it's in a decent spot to... Ooh, there was another thing. There was another one? Come on, heat pack. Or lantern. Really, either or. Alright, let's see. You know what? I'll take it. Perfect. And lantern. Lovely. How did I do this? Bro, I'm in a crevice! I'm literally in a crevice. I hate this dude. I really do. Use up all my lantern juice. Get this going. Alright, and then we need to go that way. Alright. Get all my... How am I not getting hit now? It's directly in front of me. I was gonna say, like, oh, I die here. This is where I die. I haven't been able to move. Come on, Blizzard. It really was just like, hey, you said that this is gonna happen more often during the night, right? Well, about that. Alright. Slowly. Perfect. Lovely. Indeed. Okie dokie. Honestly, we Spider-Man across that. Ooh. We'll do, gosh. There we go. Emergency heat pack. I mean, I want heat pack, but at the same time, you know. Oh, perfect. I'll swipe that. Okay. I hear y'all. I hear you too. Heat pack, let's go. Heat pack, 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 heat pack. Hey guys. Barbaric?
I don't know if he made it.
I don't think he made it. I see the puff of him dropping something.
Oh, beans.
Let's see. Let's see if I can grab him.
Hi.
Oh. Never
That
mind.
answers that.
I'm not gonna try to grab you now.
So, yeah, I I had almost no stamina left after climbing to hold on to anything.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
And then the chill.
Oh, wait, here. I have a heat pack on. Here you go.
Also,
And my
the
heat pack
drop
just ran
doubled
out.
My health bar.
Son of a... I don't think this is going to count as a placement. Yep, it does not.
The worst part is I had a grapple thing too.
I have an idea.
Oh, there's a big chest over there.
Oh, there is.
Hide!
He did.
I'm slowly taking damage. I'm
Come
slowly
down here.
taking damage. Oh. I'm no longer taking damage.
Oh my god.
How did I miss those? I mean, that is the direction I came in. I'm gonna go up this way. I was gonna put down a rope for you, but I think instead,
Here.
I think I'll just meet you over on that side. Sound good?
A lot of places.
And ooh, Barbaric died.
Yeah, me dead.
All right. We're still not at the top. That's honestly crazy. Ooh.
Rude.
Hey.
Well, at least this way I know I will get the achievement for not having any cold damage.
What do you mean? You definitely had more than 10%.
I know,
And-
but last time there was a thing about percentage. I think it was for the forest. I died and still got the achievement because I was dead.
Do you mind if I use the heat pack since you have the lantern?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I knew it. I knew it was gonna happen. That's why I was like, do you mind if I just Perfect. Oh. There it is. What are we looking at here? Ooh, do you need some water?
No, I'm good.
I think I'm good.
Oh, you're good? Yeah, you're good? Okay, cool. How are you on health?
Actually, the afterlife's a little parching.
Then I think neither of these are worth taking. It's-
I have a spot.
If you have a spot, then this first aid kit might be good for you then.
Just go ahead and eat this granola bar while I'm here.
Yup.
You know what? I need the first aid kit.
Actually, if anyone, you don't need the first aid kit.
I mean, for once you bring me back.
Oh.
Clearly, I keep getting hurt.
I mean, I think I don't think you spawn back with any damage, but you do spawn back hungry.
And with more soul damage.
Because the soul damage, that ain't go away.
I know.
Melon, you good?
One time I had a quarter of health bar that way.
Mm-hmm.
That was terrible.
Yeah, that was not fun. Alright. Yeah. I'm a little bit hungry and there's fruit abode. Marco. Okay, you sound like you're more that way. Okay. R.I.P. Rusted pieces. 'Cause you fell apart as bones. R.I.P. Rest in fleeces.
What are you singing?
I don't know. I'm just making shit up as I go. Oh, really? Me twisting my ankle. I like fell like 3 feet and took damage. Is this actually gonna end up being anywhere? Okay, it will. Okay, good. It all looked the same. All right, there it is. There's the campsite. We did it. We made it past this awful one. Honestly, the far left was kind of goated. I think I got like 8 chests over there.
Yeah, there's so much shit.
So that's definitely the way to go about it. Like middle left, like mostly left. There was one spot though. I don't know how y'all got up, but I had to use like a grab tool to get up any higher. It was like a strict cliff. But after that, it was perfect.
Through a cave.
Surprise! Luckily, there's no more snowballs. Hiya! As I said, no more snowballs.
Well, I'm gonna be good and bring back our friend.
It sounds kind of cringe.
While you're throwing snowballs.
Yay! I have friends.
Welcome back!
Oh, thanks. You missed.
What do you mean? I wasn't aiming for you.
I don't like this paper.
Oh, no! Oh!
It makes me sad.
Why would you do that to me?
What is the next area?
You'll see.
And why is it giving us another hot pack?
Oh,
Because
that's just stupid.
because yeah, it's stupid. All right.
They left me. Left me behind.
We'll just go ahead and cook this.
Yay! I got an achievement.
Yay! What was the achievement?
Into the fire.
Climb past.
Cyrex, you
Alpine.
missed it. I did eat him in our first run.
It's true. I witnessed
I
it.
did cannibalize my fellow scout.
And now she's calling me a friend. I don't know which to
That's
trust.
it's called character development.
We set aside our differences.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay,
you
lantern
go.
we don't need anymore.
There. Yeah, lantern we definitely don't need. All this looks good to me. And then there's one more cooked crisp berry in there if y'all want it. Oh, we also have a whole nother backpack that we could fill up too. Yeah, and in case you haven't seen what's in front of us, the heat pack is just a funny joke.
I expected so.
Yeah. Wait,
I remember
Barbaric!
this place.
Your backpack! Here. Your backpack. It's yours. It has your name on it. It has your special eyes.
I'm so sad we didn't see that little freak again. I couldn't remember where the rock was that we saw him peeping from behind. We don't
Yeah, I
pervert.
want to know what that was.
If I just drop this, it is gonna work.
Maybe it's the
Okay.
one who wrote the "They left me behind."
Maybe.
Okay. Surprisingly, this is gonna be goated. Oh, hold on. Let's see here. Barf, barf. We want to go right, then middle. Looks like.
Repo, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking right, then middle, then left. I guess left
Saw the
full
mailman.
is okay,
Oh,
but only okay. All right. I'm gonna go right, then middle, then left. That's what I'm seeing. Oh! Melon's alter ego is coming out.
You get the highest pitch and the lowest pitch.
Yep. So are you the middle head of Cerberus, or like what's going on?
No, that's probably Radish.
Oh my god, a werewolf.
A werewolf.
Hopefully I won't take damage from this.
Look at the lava's actively rising, dude.
It is!
Couldn't wait.
No.
Oh god. Let's move.
That was an interesting choice.
And yet,
And yet,
I survived.
do you need to cool off?
A bit, yeah. Nice try.
I'm really bad at throwing
worked.
snowballs. I was so happy to bring that along, going like, actually, this will be really goated, and then proceed to whiff it every
It
single
would've
time.
That would have successfully cooled me off exactly enough.
Oh, don't go too far. The thing's about to catch on fire.
Yeah. Do we want to go that way,
Like,
or do we
so
want to
spot
go?
on
Yeah.
with the frisbee that it was like,
Right.
no, you're done throwing.
It's rising, so I'm tempted not to do it.
Nobody's pushing anyone.
Whoop. Easy.
We're pushing each other to be better.
Yeah, we're pushing each other forward
Exactly.
into magma.
To go to go beyond our limits.
To go further beyond. That's what All Might would want us to do. Come on, guys. We got this. We could do this together with the power of friendship. And these cursed beads that I found. Let's see.
Oh, what about these cursed fingers?
They were delicious.
I'm gonna find a Boltress here. Oh, if only we could be so lucky.
Oh, that's... How?
Oh,
How?
I ran very quickly. I activated my scamp ability.
Great.
Whatever that means. Wow, I have a whole lot of nothing to help me where I'm at right now, though. Gotta be real. Interesting.
Well, my bag's a whole lot empty, so...
I mean, there is something I can do, but I kind of want to hold on to it. And it doesn't really help y'all in any way, shape, or form if I do it. Why did I get rid of a rope for more health? Let's see. Alright.
Yeah, that'd be no different.
Whew. Yeah, funny enough, underneath was the way to go. Whew. Alright. Hi, guys. If you go underneath, you can go on the other side.
Not right now.
Why do you say that? Why would you hesitate? I was fine. I'm alive, so, you know, you should also be fine, right? Totally. And if you do get hurt, I have a health pack. And yeah, I think that's as good as it's gonna go. Go, 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 go! I believe in you.
This way. This way.
Oh, well, okay. You can go that way too. It's fine. Me with my hand outstretched. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Oh shit, this is gonna catch on fire!
That's gonna catch on fire. Come over to. Oh, no, no, Clown, get off of that! Come on! Oh, ooh. Y'all good?
Yeah,
Did it.
Let me cool off. But yeah.
How damaged are you?
Oh, not very.
Okay, good.
The majority of my damage is from dying.
Oh. Well, that's good.
Oh, look. Eggs.
Yeah, you can cook those.
I could cook those by standing.
By being where I am currently.
Exactly. How are those not omelets?
I mean, they're gonna. Give me 1 second. There we go. Cooked egg. Yum, 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 yum. Perfect. Commissioning people after I get hit with an artist scam. Honestly, I mean, it kind of like heals your relationship a little bit with artists, doesn't it? I spammed E this time. I'm not missing it a second time. Hey, how you doing?
That's what I did too.
Her.
Well.
Her. Her.
Huh.
It's worth it. Whee!
Now you can go onto the chain and go to the...
I'm
chest.
tempted, but you usually get like a crap ton of stuff at the end of this, so I'm kind of like not worried about it all that much. I have a full backpack and all that jazz. Please don't. Perfect. Okay, good. I was like, please don't twist my ankle. Y'all got this. Oh, it's about to go on fire! It's about to go on fire! Everybody run! Move forward, hurry!
Jesus.
Hey guys!
Hi.
Hi! How you doing? Hello! Hi! Oh, I can't see you anymore. I guess up. Oh, okay. I was gonna go on that rock, but I guess not anymore. Huh.
Hydrate.
That's right.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for this to cool down just a touch. Just a little bit. Just eensy beensy kinda. Okay. Hey, how you doing? Whee! Alright,
Oh no.
I'm making it.
No.
That did not calculate.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Hot foot, hot foot, hot foot. Careful, it's rising! It's rising! Hurry! Hurry, it's rising! The lava's coming!
Rambling.
Ah! Scrambling is what I did to that egg earlier. Get up here! Nice. This was, I think this is the hardest caldera that I've seen in a long time.
Right?
This has been a
I'm
wild
assuming
seed.
That's where we're trying to go.
I think
Huh?
I'm gonna go down
Oh,
here.
oh there. The
That-
middle.
To that one.
Yeah.
Over to that one.
Got you. I'm gonna go straight to
I can,
like,
more safely land.
You said this one
Gotcha.
to that one.
I'm gonna burn my feet a little bit. My little toesy woesies. Whew. Good thing I have shoes on.
Yeah. I think I'm coming your way, ideas.
Alright, good, because your thing's about to set on fire.
Oh yeah, I know.
Alright. And then we go, yoop! Oh, I didn't wait for my energy. Whoop! Alright, we're fine. Hey, Melon, what you doing?
I think I'm gonna go around.
Okay. Huh.
If we go to this
Yeah, that's what I'm
little spot
thinking.
here-
Yeah, I'm thinking like down here and then climb up there. Because this should cool down when the lava goes down. Not completely, but enough where it shouldn't be too problematic.
Makes sense.
Alright. Alright. Ooh. You good? Barbaric?
Good.
Okay, there you are. I was looking for you. I was like, you alright there, champ?
Yeah, I'm immediately behind you. So.
Okay. Alright. With this chain, we should be good as rain. It's a little toasty, so you're good. And we'll just wait for Melon.
Hi.
Hi!
Just one chain away.
Man. Ain't that very real. One chain away.
Always.
Get that as a tattoo. And they're gonna be like, what does this mean? And I'm like, isn't it obvious? And they never explain it. Alright, what do we got here? Ooh, some med kit, some beton. Just some pitting. Go ahead and just eat that. Just a lot of medicine, some wraps and rope. That seems to be what they're. Now they give us portable stove. F you. I don't want it now.
Where's the letter?
I don't. Oh, the letter I think is it's further inside.
Ah,
Beton. I guess maybe we should. This is a first aid kit for someone who doesn't have one already in their backpack. I'll throw in one of these ropes because they're giving us so many ropes. All right, since you are here, let's see what the ancient statue gives us. Oh, effigy. Our statue gave us a statue.
nice.
Nice. Yeah. Nice. Have a good one, Cyrax. A lot of wraps and a lot of rope. A double R special. All right.
Oh, Cyrax, thanks for the follow.
Oh, thank you for following as well, Cyrax. All right.
My homie.
Yeah. Cyrax a real one.
Oh shit, I just hit a follow report.
Let's go.
Let's go.
90.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Hey.
I had forgotten what my sound thing was for that.
You were just like, ah.
I'm like, why am I hearing the Final Fantasy fanfare?
That's
Final
funny.
Fantasy boss music starts playing. You're like, oh, oh, what?
Uh-oh.
No, just the victory.
Mm. Don't worry, there'll be more dragons than you can imagine. More marshmallows, huh? Alright, well, might as well just eat that. And then cook this. Yeah, I guess no more note for this one. Sometimes that happens. I think it's just a chance. Alright. The kiln. More like the kill, am I right? Jump off
This
into
is
the lava.
last section, isn't it?
Huh?
I said this is the last section, isn't it?
Second, essentially the last one that matters. The next one after this is just being at the top, so yes. But I think it's still technically its own section. I'm thinking here.
Well, damn, this is the furthest I've ever gotten.
Yeah, so far.
Yes,
Yeah.
far.
And yo boy got a effigy, so even if you die, I'll just bring you back. Unless I die. And then we're screwed.
I also do have a pylon, or a pitten.
A piton?
Pylon.
A piton.
A pylon would not help.
A pylon.
I have a traffic cone.
I have a traffic cone in a Barbie world. Made of plastic. It's fantastic.
I don't know how you're helping me through a rock.
I don't know.
You're just special like that, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
Go for it.
What's the worst that could happen?
Death.
Okay, yeah. Come this way.
Death is the worst that could happen.
Nah, you can bring me back.
That's true.
It's the worst thing that happens. What?
So far. Hi. I don't like the lack of, like, traversables that they've been giving us.
I have rescue claw if absolutely necessary.
Alright, how's y'all's food?
I'm good.
I have none, but my
Okay.
hunger is low.
You have... Oh, none food? Here you go.
Yeah.
Have that on there. Alright, let's keep moving forward. Hoi!
Further up and further in.
Nope. Get in this little corner if you have to. We're staying here.
What?
Nothing, I'm just talking to the body in the game.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh, that was very dangerous. I saw you fall with a backpack in hand.
I wasn't trying to.
Do you have a baton, right? You can,
I do.
as long as it's in your hand.
I was trying to place it,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
and my finger slipped onto my back.
Got you. Uh-huh. I thought you were trying to get into your backpack to get the baton, and I'm like, no, no, no.
No, I was trying to set it.
Okay.
It's the one time an MMO mouse has
Actually been a detriment.
Right. Is there anything else over here? Nothing. Okay, cool. Over here. Over here. Does whatever over here does.
Oh no.
Just come over this way.
Yep.
Oh, let's wait a second. And you.
I do have.
How did that help?
You have what?
How did that really help?
Honestly, that's better. I think we're climbing this.
Oh.
Yeah, this is good. Oh, hold on. Let me check up here. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Ooh, that's a spicy rock right there.
Ooh,
Be careful.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Oh!
Hey, Melon, you good? Melon, you alright?
Melon?
Melon? Well. Alright, well, off we go.
I tried so hard to use the rescue claw, but I fell directly into the lava.
No. You can kind of go around up here. It's not necessarily a direct up. It's kind of like a you hug the wall just a touch. If it's all right with you, Melon, I'm gonna wait until we're like at the peak and then I'll res you. How does that sound?
Oh yeah, no. Like, dude, do not prioritize me. This is fine.
I think there we have to do spicy rock shenanigans.
Sure not. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, here is good. Well, I guess we could just walk. Oh, here. All right, spicy walk. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Spicy, spicy.
Spicy. That's what I sound like when I eat anything spicy. I just start beeping like a robot. All right, let's do this. See how this place looks. Oh, not bad. Not bad, actually.
Okay.
Hey, Shadow, welcome in. How you doing?
Wait,
Oh.
hold on.
You
Hold
good? You good?
on. Yep, the game was just going a little funky.
Yeah, I believe it.
Hey, Shadow.
If you listen closely, you can hear the helicopter. Alright. Looks like up there is where we want to go.
Okay.
There's a works great.
And hell yeah, Luda.
What?
Ooh-hoo-hoo. Ooh-doo-doo.
Actually, do you want to take the pit?
I already have one.
Oh, okay.
So we good. Alright, let's see this. Ooh, I need this. Ooh. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. How are you on food?
I'm okay. I don't
Alright.
have a lot. Actually, there's sorry.
I had a decent amount of weight, so the food was cutting into it. Ooh.
I have just
I think you're gonna need to go across the hot rocks just real quick.
Yep. I'm scanned, so I'm commissioning. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be kicking the server. Is that? Oh. All right. Look at you.
Just go for it.
Yeah. I was underestimating my jump.
I noticed.
You're
And I was like, I could do that. He can bring Melon back, and they'll just bring me back later.
well, about that, this raises one person, not both.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I figured at the top, unless that's the only way.
Well, I just don't want both of
Then
you
at
dead.
least- In that case, you would learn from our mistake.
True. Honestly,
I think we're gonna have to go spicy over to there.
all right. Spicy indeed.
Wait, maybe. Yeah, that looks like the only way.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a good one. And Ludo's a good one to commission. She does good work. You should. We've seen her Spinosaurus. Very good. All right, let's see here. Let's see what we got going on. Honestly, not great.
If you go at the base of the pillar right above it, you might be able to climb
What
up
about
Yeah.
and face on.
this way?
Is that kind of what you were talking about, Melon? This, like, right here?
Well, I can't see your guys' points anymore.
Oh, where we're facing at least.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Over this way.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing anywhere else. Oh, this doesn't even connect. Okay, that's good to know. Expecting it to go
This is
down,
what
it's
you're
like,
talking about, Melon?
you. You got it. Now, all right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to get up there, and then if it takes a lot out of me, I'm gonna put down a rope.
Okay.
You might be able to rest to your right.
Yeah. Yeah, you can climb up. You should be able to climb up as long as you have more than half.
A little bit.
All right, let go. Eat a pizza and cheese sauce, a really literally one. Ooh. See, I don't like those where like the cheese takes the sauce with it because I take cheese off because I'm an insane person.
No, 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 no,
You good?
no.
Did you fall very far?
Oh. I don't think so.
Oh yeah, no, you're good.
Oh, of course. Great.
Do you want me to set a? Let me do a rope for you.
Yeah, that'd be good. Beautiful.
Eh.
And if you want, I got more rope in my bag. If you want to take it.
Sounds good. I might take it after we get into a good spot, like right here. There you go. All right.
Yeah, I got a couple of them.
Let's see. Yeah, perfect. I'll swipe one. Looks good to me. Alrighty. Yeah, let's go that way. You.
Hey, you.
Gotcha.
You guys are killing it.
I see light. I
You
see
see
the sky.
We see the sun. What's it like? Get burned immediately.
I saw the sun
Ah!
earlier when I ate a mushroom.
Hey, baby, welcome in. How you doing?
Happy.
Bobby.
Peppa! Poo-poo-poo-poo.
Hey.
Honestly, forward. No, not forward. Not far enough. Let's go. Let's do this. Whoop.
I don't know why, but Melon gives pineapple on pizza.
Oh.
No.
I
Wow.
was gonna say, are you going to
Let those allegations slide.
I know, like, people can like what they like, but that is not my palate. Honestly, pepperoni pizza, like, just plain and simple.
What about anchovies?
Ugh.
We have a couple different directions actually. We have actual choices.
I know.
It's kind of nuts.
It just took till this high to get them.
Yep.
Just fruit vibes. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So you tell me you wouldn't put watermelon on pizza?
I've
Probably
heard that's
not.
actually really good.
Would you be willing to
I have
try
heard
it?
that it works really well. I don't know if that's true or not, but I would try it. That's for sure.
Ooh, cheese stuffed crust is so good.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Especially if you have like a sesame crust too.
Mm-hmm.
Sesame crust. That's not really common.
Let's do this way.
It's not common here either, but it's so good.
go. And we pretty much made it. This is it.
You want to, oh,
We're,
hold on, I should,
we're gonna get over to the actual peak
There.
before I res them.
okay.
Because if you look across, that's the peak. That's where Candy Mountain.
Oh.
Candy Mountain.
Candy Mountain.
Unfortunately-
I gotta just do all this again.
Why would you say
that?
Why would you say that? And there it is. Candy Mountain. Look, Melon. Candy Mountain.
Wow.
Wait, why can't I revive you? Oh, there it is. Candy Mountain, Melon.
I was gonna say, wait a minute.
Yippee!
Yay!
Woohoo!
I swear to God, if you fell off now.
I know.
I swear to
Oh my
God.
god. I would cry.
I would
So
cry.
would I.
So how does the peak look?
So
Isn't it great? Yeah.
I can't believe we got through the ice level. That's
Yeah.
Alright, I can uninstall. I've done it. I beat the game.
You beat the game. Yeah, exactly. You did your one. But you get different sash colors depending on the difficulty that you've beaten. And I think it goes up to 9, if I remember correctly.
There's also so many cosmetics.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So you still have plenty of runs in the future, my guy.
Oh, yes, I do.
Let's go. Just keep all of them. Ugh.
Browns them in purple and pink.
Yep. Oh, I'm getting up there first. Yes, I'm a gnome and they survived. First time in a while.
Yippee!
Hello.
Haha!
We did it! High five!
High five. We did it, and I didn't die once. I didn't die. I didn't die once. We got
Yeah,
the
same.
we got the frisbee one. Let's go.
Frisbee hat!
Frisbee hat.
Oh, I got the broken glasses.
Nice. How'd you get those?
I read all of the Scoutmaster's journal entries.
Oh, cool.
Undead to you, dragon. How rude. And Boldy, you've seen Cult of the Lamb. You could totally die more than once. Alright, I would like to press any button to continue. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm trying to continue. Oh!
Hey, that only took 4 hours.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh my god.
Peak is one of those things where, like, it could take a hot minute.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real, I thought
Definitely.
we were at 3 hours. I didn't realize an entire other hour had passed.
Yeah, but that's a good sign.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah, put on your new stuff. I got a hat. I got this. I'm gonna go play tennis now. It's like Monopoly. Oh gosh, Monopoly. Me when I'm on the tennis court, but I set the auto ball flinger way too high and it smacks me in the face. Alright. Let's see here. I want my... Where's my gnome hat back? I want my gnome hat! My hat! My gnome hat! The cowboy... This one is pretty good, though, too. But if this didn't come with the beard, I wouldn't do the gnome hat. But the beard is so good.
Now I'm down to restart one with you guys.
Oh, I was like, oh, now you want to come in. Alright.
Eee.
Yeah, now he wants to.
Now you want to get in here. Alright, alright.
Oh, look at all those badges.
Yeah, and you have more badges in the back. Though you can't see them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nope.
And we have to do a photo shoot before we leave.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
yeah.
But we will be holding you to doing around another day.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
I'm not comfortable answering that.
That third one looks like I'm just glaring. I'm just like, "Ugh." No, you're the one glaring.
Yeah.
Well, thank y'all for joining me. It was wonderful having y'all.
Thank
Of
you for
course.
hosting.
Of course. No, I very much appreciate it, especially
thank
since
you.
y'all have been joining me for a handful of these now. And I know that's a
Yeah.
lot, so I appreciate it. It's for charity.
It's fun.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
charity,
it.
Woo!
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So,
I will be taking a nap. after
hell
this,
yeah. Yeah, are you feeling better? You sound like you're feeling
For
better.
the most part, but
Yeah, you
I
definitely sound better.
I definitely want to rest more.
Yeah, that's also why I'm not streaming tomorrow, because, been doing this back to back, so I'm like, let's put a break day, just so I don't push.
Guess who is?
Well, exactly. So since I'm not
Only
streaming
cozy,
tomorrow,
though.
yeah, then
Only
so
cozy,
go ahead
okay.
and join Barbaric then for his stream tomorrow,
Ooh.
since I will not be streaming.
Doing Spyro.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Let's
That's pretty cool.
go!
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for joining me here today. It was wonderful having you. And the next
Yeah.
stream for the charity is going to be on Friday with Ella, and we're doing co-op Resident Evil 5.
I am excited
I
to
can't
tap into
wait.
that. What time are you guys streaming again?
2 p.m. Eastern. So 11 p.m. On the West Coast.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's gonna be super fun. Oh God, Ella's not in the chat. I'm not gonna tell you the super secret, but it is gonna be a modded one where we might be switching some of the main models to other things. So
I'm so excited.
yeah.
I'm so excited.
So it's gonna be super fun. So I hope you all join me on that. It's gonna be a fun time.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well,
Do we want to raid out onto somebody?
let's see. Is there anyone on currently? Let us see.
No, Carmen's on again. But as far as others,
I think it's just Carmen that I'm seeing.
oh, actually, there's this one streamer, Melon the Melon, that's on.
What the?
Oh, yeah, yeah. So I think Melon, you're still
Yeah.
going, right? You're still going.
Oh
so
my
you're
god, no.
Yeah, you're going.
You're
for
doing a
another,
Woo stream, right?
24
Yeah.
hour stream, right?
Yeah. You said you're taking a nap, but it was on stream, right? Yeah, it was like one of those nap streams.
Yeah,
Oh my
one of
god,
those
one of
sleep
the-
streams,
yeah.
Yeah.
How'd that even work with a VTuber?
Let's see here. Who
Oh.
else is playing Peak?
Well, there's another Peak collab. Noxus.
Noxus, where are you?
Where are you?
Nox. Oh yeah, Noxus. Let's do them.
Noxus.
yeah.
How do you
Yeah.
spell that?
Noxus
not come up for
Hades. Noxis.
N-O-X. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh, Noxus. Yeah, I know of him.
Oh,
He's
cool.
cool.
All right, cool. Good to know. Because I have no idea who this person is, but they seem
I don't know
good.
either. I just saw there were a
His
VTuber
voice
playing
is
Peak.
so nice.
Good. Hell yeah. All right, so we're gonna get that up. So hope y'all, we're gonna be raiding into them. Hope you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening. Goodbye, Twitch. Stick around for the raid.
Bye.